Planet Control, this is Cargo 1046 Canara. On plan and requesting injection marker 115. Very well, Canara. You're cleared for re-entry. Proceed to Mendra Spaceport. Good day.
Who are those cows?
We're an unequivocal command! We can't even manage to step out!
So much for staying hypersonic. And we're too big for them to tractor in. Gonna keep us from bouncing. Range to Mendra. 650. Hit it now!
Nothing left but the altitude islands.
On ground communications. Tell them to stand all emergency equipment at best drive.
think our patient's coming round, Douglas. You've been in an accident, sir. Your ship crashed while landing here on Cryos. Luckily, you were in a cryopod at the time, so your injuries weren't extensive.
Accident? How?
We'll deal with that later. Our first job is to get you back on your feet. You need to stay with us for some rehab. There's plenty of time.
Yeah, but I don't remember anything. What ship? What's
The
happening?
Canera, Sir Aris. We know that's your name from your cryopod. It may take a while for your memory to return. In the meantime, just relax. Everything's going to be fine. And how's Sir Aris this morning?
He's okay. I just wish you would tell me who he was.
We'll get our memory back eventually.
You talk to all your patients as though they were children, Dr. Frevel, or is it just me?
I'm sorry. You find that usually people in your condition appreciate a gentle approach.
Yeah, well, I'm not usual people.
No, I don't believe you are. We wouldn't normally divulge this information to patients. But we did a record search on you and it wasn't good.
Make my day. I'm a mass murderer.
I wouldn't joke about that if I were you. You could be almost anything. Prior to 2 weeks ago, you don't exist. Either someone's erased your records, or else there was an accident in your home planet's datanet.
My home planet, geez, where is home? Where's my family? Do I have a family? Am I married? Do I have children? Who the hell am I, Dr. Frevel?
It'll come, Liv. This is all quite normal with trauma sustained in crime.
Gyro ending.
Just how long was I in that icebox for?
We're still working on that. You could afford to stay well for as long as you liked.
Meaning?
Meaning, one thing that did come down from your data check, your account, and you registered about a week ago. You have an exceptionally attractive credit rating, Sir Harris.
Nice. Only it wasn't overdrawn in the memory bank.
Can I help you, sirs?
We're looking for Sir Levaris,
He's in physio at the moment. Can I ask who wants him?
New Christ Examiner. We're here to interview him about the Canera crash.
His consultant will have to clear it first.
Clear this, Mr. Nurse.
You know something? I think I could really get to enjoy this journalism thing.
Cryo-associated memory loss may take months to resolve itself. But when it does, some patients are a little disappointed. The reality of someone's past often fails to match up to what they'd imagined it might be.
Right now, I'd settle for disappointment.
You may have to. In time, your memory is likely to recover completely.
But how do I know that? How will I ever be sure there's not one more nasty little memory just waiting to jump me?
Gyro session ending.
I like hospitals. So clean, so sterile. Getting all hot and bothered, huh? I never get hot, nor bothered.
Yes, sirs.
We're here to visit a man. I mean, a friend who's a man. Sir Lev Aris.
5A, sirs. First slide walk on your left. Follow the... Oh.
Try and take it easy for the time being. If you overstress yourself, it'll only prolong the problem.
Field door. Lock.
Autopilot activate. Course 2. Go. You're a hungry man.
Yeah, I guess I could eat.
You are starving, don't deny it. A barman nowadays, he has to have a sixth sense about his customers. And I'm nothing if I'm not a barman. Your credit's sweet enough. So, we have stew, we have lizard guts. Oh, and we have space bug gumbo.
I'll have the stew, please.
I could have told you that. And you prefer your beer lukewarm, right?
No, actually, I prefer it lukewarm. Great.
Don't mind them, they're loudmouth, vicious cutthroats. But they're decent loudmouth cutthroats.
So they're no trouble, no?
No, nothing I can't see coming. Though some spaces, as soon as they walk in, I can smell it on them, so I break their necks just a little to be on the safe side. Not trouble I smell on you, is it?
I left my troubles outside.
Good. As soon as I saw you, I said, well, there's one smart vertebrae. You hang around here and I see you all right, decent food and drink, maybe a couple of juicy deals. Oh, a respectable guy like you wants to be careful where he's seen. You don't want to hang out in some spitting sawdust toilet with a liquor license. You need somewhere like this. A place with a little, buffet.
Thanks for the advice, sir.
My friends call me Joe. Probably because that's my name.
They're various.
Of course you are. Manners.
Joe, you mentioned some juicy deals.
was juicy. Dripping. Suppliers, wholesalers, jobbers. You might say that I run a very moist establishment.
Sounds more than slightly illegal. I don't like the sound of it. Maybe I can get a bargain.
Ship dealers, maybe.
Not many. Most people use the booth system now. But I'll keep an eye out for something, though. If you like.
Shit.
What are you doing? No. Go over here. And go here. What? Here. 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 And then you go settings. 1, 2. Oh. That's it? The sound was fine. What about the other stuff? Okay, fine.
Sounds more than slightly illegal. Maybe I can get a bargain.
Ship dealers, maybe.
I hope you're not eyeballing me, son.
No.
I hope you're not eyeballing me. I hope you're not eyeballing me. I hope you're not eyeballing me.
I'm laughing at you.
The tag is gone. Say hello to my little friend. 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 I hope you're not eyeballing me, son. Stay home. I hope you're not eyeballing me.
Here's the thing. I had to change games for largely technical reasons. Hang on.
It's very dark. I can't hear.
Well, my backpack is too far away. Let's see. Wait a minute. I have an idea. Oh, it refuses to use that. How about that? Shoot. There we go. Isn't that more light? It's got a cat. Oh, and there's a lamp. I could do a lamp, I guess. I'm worried it's going to be a long language. That did not look encouraging. Oh, and I have to find this plug. Why is it so hard to find? My work. Okay, we will not fix the plug tangle right now. Config. Input. Config. Why? Oh, I'll take it, I guess. And we can turn this one off.
Resident Evil 2.
This is too. Oh, I see the problem. That was the Nintendo 64 version. PS. there's him. Okay, hang on. Has to go. Well, no. Why did that not work? No. No.
Oh, chill. Chill.
Control. Oh no, that wouldn't be good. This thing. Let me out. Out. Abort.
Oh, Kizzy, be quiet.
Really quit. I can't even do anything. Oh gosh. Whatever. Just do your best. Okay, config. Get rid. Plugins. Quit. Okay. What the heck was that?
Quiet, quiet, quiet. to be sleepy time.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel.
You should call it a night
Okay.
or a day or whatever way it goes.
Yeah.
Hush. Pretty birds, sleepy babies. Night night, bird. Good night, bird. Such a good bird. Pretty bird. Pretty bird.
Why is this open? Where did it go? No.
In a world where chaos reigns and connection seem fleeting, one visionary endeavor seeks to bring us all together. Zen Theatre Live After Dark. Harnessing the transformative power of artificial intelligence, the timeless charm of radio theater. The wisdom of books, and the excitement of video games. Zen Theatre Live After Dark illuminates the path to enlightenment and fosters a sense of unity among its audience. Through this unique fusion of storytelling and interactive experiences, we aim to nurture personal growth, improve learning, and inspire a peaceful existence. Guided by your obedient servant, Sebastian St. Serapian Smalls, we embark on a journey of self-discovery. But where do we begin? Begin by simply listening, slow down, see just how peaceful today can be. Together, we shall create a harmonious community, bound by shared passions and a desire to elevate the human experience. Sebastian St. Serapian Smalls will be there, to the end of the line, my Valentine, guiding you on this journey towards a more serene and enlightened tomorrow. Catch you guys on the flip side.
So you're gonna stop watching now? Will you still play your historical stuff, or you want to do sci-fi? Oh, you get to choose the radio. You want to do historical, sci-fi, or suspense, or The Shadow, or Jack Benny, or Did Laurel and Hardy ever have a radio show?
I don't think so.
Sadness.
They're more fight gag types.
I know Abbott and Costello did.
Oh, Sammy.
Okay.
There go my soda. Oh, I don't know. I don't feel like picking anything.
You mean we're not gonna do anything, or we're gonna do historical stuff?
I think just historical stuff, so I don't have to change it again in the middle of the night.
Okay.
But I'm gonna see how long this one is. I can stop now. I don't find it that interesting. It's okay. Just a few more minutes. I'll get past this one, then I don't have to watch it again tomorrow. What? You're crazy, bird. You're crazy. Yes, you are. You're crazy, bird. Yes, you are. Kizzy, it's nighttime. Time to go to bed. Go to bed. Go sleepy, Gary. Back to the bottom again. Backward screaming. That's enough. fuck? What the fuck? Goofball.
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog.
Yes, you are, goofball.
A land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire, and with fire came disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark. Then from the dark they came and found the souls of lords within the flame. Nito, the first of the dead. The Witch of Izalith and her daughters of chaos. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, and his faithful knights. And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten. With the strength of lords, they challenged the dragons. Gwyn's mighty bolts peeled apart their stone skins. The witches weaved great firestorms. Nito unleashed a miasma of death and disease. And Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more. Thus began the age of fire.
Internet celebrity. Worldwide fame to my
But soon the flames will fade,
Festus wants to remain out
and
of the
only
public
dark
eye.
will remain.
Okay, it's over.
Even now, there are only embers. And man sees not light, but only endless nights.
Noise from my bird.
And amongst the living are seen
Get some things else.
carriers of the accursed dark side.
I'm logging out.
Wait. You know, well, that's the whole point of Zen Theatre. You play a game and you listen to the radio, and I would love to listen to historical radio.
Well, I'm logging out so I can move my into the bedroom.
Oh, you mean you'll call me back?
Yeah,
Oh, I was worried you weren't going to call back.
always call back.
Okay.
Unless you're sleeping.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. How's my battery life? The battery is gone. the undead asylum, it says. Shoot.
The results of the Treaty of Versailles.
Hey.
From the outside and from the inside,
Hello?
the enemies want to sweep the great Germany from the face of the earth. 1920. A socialist is the president of the republic. Communism is forcefully spreading among the Germans while unemployment and hunger develop. For Hitler, this is chaos. And he feels that his task is to unite all the disappointed people. On February the 24th, 1920, he makes a speech, for the first time surrounded by swastikas. An old humanity sign for worshipping the sun, taken for the symbol of his party. In April of the same year, he quits the army and becomes an excited street agitator. He multiplies his meetings, being now surrounded by powerful groups lured by his friend George. These groups subsidize the party's propaganda activities, including the newspaper.
Pam? Yeah. Do you think we could do like 1 half hour or 1 hour long non-historical thing, or
bit by bit, the impoverished
you'll be
middle
asleep by
Hold
then?
on. I can't hear you that well.
Now I must bid
Could
farewell.
you handle one
hate to
half
harm
hour
you
or
after
1
death.
hour long fictional thing?
So go now, and thank you.
Well, play what you want to play. I'll play mine quiet.
Well, I mean, without disrupting your sleep too bad. Could you do one and then switch to history, or do you want to just start with history?
I was gonna start with history because then I don't have to change it until I wake up.
Okay, let's start with history.
Now I must bid farewell. I would hate to harm you after death.
And still serving officers,
So go now.
he organizes a private
Thank
army. The Sturbenteilung, or SA, the party's assault troops. Wearing army uniforms, the brown shirts are trained to terrorize their political rivals and act as a security service in the leaders' meetings. With these assault troops, Hitler becomes a minor but dangerous political figure in Germany. He relies on the support of reactionary officers, among which General Ludendorff, Hermann Göring, and Ernst Röhm, a Wehrmacht former officer. 1923. On January 11, 1923, claiming that Germany does not comply with the payments as stated in the Treaty of Versailles, French and Belgian troops invade the western industrial areas of the country. Facing British complaints in the League of Nations, the French withdraw. Previously dismantling all the German facilities and taking with them the greatest possible amount of iron, coal, and steel. Hitler feels that the German pride is being trampled on. On November the 8th, after a meeting, he leads his assault troops through the streets of Munich, following in the steps of his esteemed Mussolini to try a coup against the Bavarian government. The national revolution has begun, he declares. But the hesitating attitude of his military supporters and the police baffle his attempt. Hitler is arrested, and the government orders the party to be dissolved.
On your show or something? No, we're talking about their ad.
The Native and Strong Lifeline thinks to help people who are having a rough day here to be here listening here to remind you that you are good. Call 988 and press 4.
Hunger bedwetting with pajamas. With your money back.
In February 1924, the Führer-to-be, 35 years old, is brought to trial on a charge of treason and is sentenced to 5 years of imprisonment. Thanks to his political connections, he serves only 8 months in a cell of the Landsberg prison, from where he is discharged on parole on December the 20th this same year. While in prison, he dictates to his friend and party comrade Rudolf Hess his book, Mein Kampf, My Struggle. In this book, he tells an autobiographical story, mixing the anti-Semitism and the greatness of the Aryan race with his plans for the future and the enslavement of the nation's citizens. The book is a success among his followers across Europe. In a gesture aimed to show his lack of interest for the worldly goods, Hitler bequeaths to the party all benefits obtained from the book. 1925. Once free, he rebuilds the party and takes the leadership over on February
Only
27,
in the
1925.
ancient legends it is stated that one day an
Has made
undead
him change his
chosen
strategy. He will use power through democratic ways, without giving up his ruthless brown shirts
to
army.
leave the undead asylum
They are the party's strong hand and a retreat for
to
many
the land of the ancient lords.
In the following months, Hitler and his group run several elections with poor results. His political program, founded on the idea that the left-wing movement supported by the Jews are destroying the patriotic sense of the Germans, does not catch on with the voters. In April, supported by the right-wing Democratic parties, von Hindenburg is elected President of the Republic. He is a monarchist, but nevertheless swears to preserve a Republican Constitution. 1926. In 1926, Germany begins to get out of depression under the rule of the centrist Chancellor, Wilhelm Marx. The workers' class feels convalescent, but the upper class has borne hard strain with the economic depression. Hitler tries to relaunch his political movement. He imitates his esteemed Mussolini's staging with the style of Roman emperors and establishes a day of the party, a feast held in the Weimar in June of the same year and to be held in Nuremberg in August 1927. In the elections of May 1928, the Nazi Party, with 100,000 members, gets 800,000 votes. That is, 12 seats out of the 491 seats of the Reichstag. It's a minor force. The new Social Democrat Chancellor, Human Müller, is by no means willing to allow the Nazi leader's verbal excesses and forbids him to speak in public. For this reason, he briefly withdraws from politics, moving to the Bavarian Alps, where he meets his cousin, Gelly Rauben, and madly falls in love with her. 1929. The 1929 Great Depression is a hard blow to the embryonic German economic recovery. But it's the chance Hitler was hoping for. His remarkable ability as a speaker attracts thousands of followers.
Dinner is ready. Those 3 words are certainly welcome words when you're hungry. Followed by these 3 words. A good dinner that ends up with a generous, delicious helping of Jello, all the hits of everybody. Jello is so colorful and at the same time so refreshing that it's a perfect dessert. Good-looking.
In his messianic-tinted speeches, he mixes socialist and nationalist principles and promises to restore Germany's greatness. Jobs, a fair distribution of wealth, and more nationalism supported by a powerful army. Fight and strength on the road to success. Our race's greatness is in the blood invading our bodies, not in those of the Jews and anti-patriotic communists. Words like these make people think he's a man with a destiny. His followers increase, therefore, and the party peaks up to 178,000 members. Dealing with millions of unemployed workers and sinking into economic depression, the government seeks support to face the situation. Hitler and his brown shirts take advantage, kindling riots and demonstrations. Meanwhile, the Communist Party scares the middle and business classes. fact, both are planning the same objective. To take up the pieces when the Republic falls.
Well, I don't see Jack standing around. Somebody had to jump in. You know where he is, John?
1930.
Maybe he's breaking in a new...
Overcome by the events, the German Chancellor, Hermann Müller, resigns in March 1930. The centrist Heinrich Brüning takes over at the head of a minority government. When the parliament refuses its approval, he asks old President Hindenburg to call for elections. Adolf Hitler's Nazi party gets 6,500,000 votes, which means 107 seats in the Reichstag. It's a giant step for small ultra-right-wing party with just 12 representatives up to then. It becomes the second most important German party and is thoroughly represented in all the social layers of the country.
Did you see it? Did you see it?
Hey,
Did you see it? You have to see it.
Don't worry, we will.
Are you talking about a new show or something?
What are you doing,
No,
Jack?
they're talking about their ad.
What's this I got under my chin?
Another chin.
The Native and Strong Lifeline exists to help people who are having a rough day. We're here to be your listening ear to remind you that you are significant. Call 988 and press 4.
Imagine yourself in a new Toyota.
Boy, that's a
Wow.
pip. Did you get it, Kenny? Not yet, but I will. Well, keep right after it. It's a hot one.
What do we see?
Winners.
I love you.
Darn that
Get a new
violin.
24 RAV4 or electrified RAV4
Anyway, you
hybrid with
fellas go ahead with the
4.75
program.
APR
And Kenny, get
financing.
ready to do your
Or lease a
song. I wanna
gas-powered
perfect my
RAV4 for
credentials.
$389 a month with 2 years no-cost
Take it,
maintenance.
Mary. I'm
Ready,
busy.
set, go get your Toyota today.
Toyota. Let's go places. 1931.
Say, I thought you said you could play the bee when you were a kid. Well, I could, but a lot of honey has gone over the dam since then.
Great love. Who wished to become a light opera singer.
Oh, boy, that's
is
a
found dead
pip.
at home
Did you
with a
get it,
shot in
Kenny?
her chest.
Not yet, but I will.
Police
Well,
take
keep
it as
right
a
after it.
suicide.
It's a hot one.
This event, along with his mother's death, will have an effect for the rest
Darn
of
that
Hitler's
violin. And Fred Allen, too. Anyway, you fellas go ahead with the program. And Kenny, get ready to do your song. I want to perfect my cadenza.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. I'm busy.
Okay.
Is overruled by the
Oh,
state's
Jack, isn't this wonderful?
What?
On account of your violin, they've renamed the town of Florida after you.
Oh, yeah? What's it called now?
Off Key West.
Is that so?
Let him stay in there. We can get along without him.
I heard that.
These door slams come to you through the courtesy of our sound effects man who works for the National Broadcasting Company, over whose network we broadcast each and every Sunday night, bringing you good news about Jell-O. Thank you. And now Kenny Baker will sing that currently popular hit, I've Got You Under My Skin.
Wait a minute, Kenny. I just thought of a swell joke you can pull on Jack.
Yeah? What is it?
Well, you tell him you're going to sing a number dedicated to his violin.
Yeah?
And when he asks you what it is, you say, I've got you under my chin.
Oh, boy. Will he laugh?
Sure he will. Call him up.
Gee, that's a pip. Oh, boy. Hey, Jack. Yeah? I'm going to do a song dedicated to your violin. Now you ask me what it is. All right, Kenny, what is it?
That's $5 million voted for Ernst Tauber.
What a joke.
Yeah, you didn't get it at all. You better sing, Kenny.
What the Nazi Party deems being democracy is a bad derivative from the French Revolution. The most hated country.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you.
It's the German people's instinct to choose an aged military and spurn a strong and charismatic leader like Hitler.
You're really a
laws have
fight
failed her for
anything, come what might, for the
but this time he is determined not to let it happen again.
spite of a warning
Enraged,
voice that
he starts the
comes in the
violent
night
party's machinery
and
to
repeats
ensure the
and
votes.
repeats in my ear.
His security forces, held in power by the government, launch a wave of bullying, terrorizing citizens, and hushing up those who don't share in the Nazi ideas.
Wake up to reality. But each time I do,
In the parliamentary elections of July 31st, the Nazi Party gets 230 seats. Taking almost 14 million votes. It falls short of the absolute majority, but becomes the most voted party in Germany. In spite of that, the president and other political groups recharge Chancellor von Papen. Hitler's attempt to get hold of absolute power is a failure. Outwitted by the Nazi harassment against the state and the parliamentary political leaders, Hindenburg submits to Hitler. He despises calling him the corporal in charge of vice chancellor on August the 13th. But Hitler refuses. He wants power and no middleman. The government is now confronted with the possibilities of future to restore a state of absolutely non-existent.
That was I've Got You Under My Skin from the motion picture Born to Dance, sung by...
Never mind, Don. I'll take it. I'm through practicing. That was Cheek to Cheek, sung by Kenny Baker. I didn't hear it, Kenny, but I imagine it was very good. How was it, fellas? Good, I knew it would be. Thanks, Jack. Yeah, of course, I suppose Fred Allen will go around saying you can't sing. Well, can I? Yes, can I? But he picks but he picks on everybody, especially when they have talent. Take my case, for instance.
Hold on a minute, Jack. I never heard Fred say anything detrimental about you or anyone else.
Neither have I.
Oh, I suppose you didn't hear him say that when I was 10 years old, I had my violin in a pawn shop. Well, didn't you? That's not the point. It was years later. And another thing, Alan isn't even his right name. You know that, Barry, don't you?
Benny yours?
And another thing. He could be the last one across. His product's only got one flavor. Wow! Let him top that one, huh? Yeah. What happened?
Nothing, but it was loud.
Well, Jack, I noticed in today's paper where Alan is coming out here to Hollywood to make a picture.
Oh, he is? Yeah. That won't cause me or Gable to lose any sleep. Me neither. You keep on of it. Run away the Gable. All I can say is good luck to Mr. Allen and pictures. Of course, there's a limit to what a makeup man can do. How, Mary?
You ought to know.
Well, let's drop the subject. I don't care who's coming out here to make pictures. Nobody worries me, especially Alan.
Yeah, then what happened to your fingernails?
I was hungry. Now let's go on with the programming. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present an original... Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I want to take this opportunity of wishing you and your company a very, very happy New Year.
Now, wait a minute. I'm getting tired of this. Who are you, anyway?
Just a dreamer, aren't we all? Goodbye.
Thought it was Oscar the Flea there. Somebody will throw a net over. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, we are going to present an original.
Hey, Jack.
Yes, Bill.
I meant to tell you, my mother and sister got in town yesterday from Mobile, Alabama.
Oh, from Mobile, huh? I wish it was Montgomery. Our sponsor comes there.
You know, it was kind of a surprise visit, and I'd like to have you and the rest of the gang come over to the house tonight and meet them.
Oh, we'd love to, Phil, but we can't go until the program is over.
Oh, you go ahead. I'll join you later.
No. The program comes first.
Oh, by the way, here's a snapshot of Mom and Sid.
Oh, let's see it. Say, your mother's a charming-looking woman, Phil. And, well, so that's your sister. You know, she's real cute. What's her name, Phil? Lucy Bell. Lucy Bell? Is she married? No, not yet. As long as your mother came all the way out here, maybe we ought to leave right away. Well, of course, my sister made the trip, too. Yeah, you're telling me.
Have you got a brother, Phil?
No.
Oh, well, I'll come anyway.
Sure, come on, let's go. Say, have we got any horses left over from our Buck Benny play? Sure, they're over there in the corner. Well, then we're all set. Let's ride them over. John, you take care of the musical numbers, and we'll see you later.
Okay, Jack, leave everything to me.
Come on, fellas, untie those horses.
Nazi Party gets 44% of the votes. 17 million Germans support Hitler.
You look almost like horses. You know what I mean. Everybody all set? Wait a minute. Kenny, turn around in that saddle. You're facing the wrong end of the horse. What horse? Never mind. Come on, gang.
Already affected by senile dementia. Makes him sign an order entitled People Instant Preserving Act. He uses it to cancel some constitutional sections concerning freedom of association and freedom of content. Communists and socialists are arrested, their parties broken apart and having eradicated their opponents, the Nazis obtained in an anti-democratic way the absolute majority in the Reichstag with the approval of the right-wing parties. One demands absolute power in this time consent over this member of the German parliament. The law giving all the powers of the state upon the Führer is enacted on March the 25th. The nation's destiny and freedom remain its The time has come to put into practice the ideas stated in Mein Kampf and crush the treaty of Versailles. Millions of Germans killed as the man can become the greatness of the German nation. The rest of the citizens must accept the fact in silence, fear, and submission. Federal system is abolished and Germany becomes a single-party totalitarian country.
That was Good Night, My Love from the picture Stowaway, played by the orchestra. And now, folks, as long as everyone's gone, I might as well tune you into Phil Harris's house and see what's going on there.
Or secret police in charge of the state's security.
Well, Mr. Benny, it sure is a pleasure to have you on here tonight.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Harris. I hope you're enjoying your stay here in California. Sort of a surprise visit, wasn't it?
Yes, we were going to Alaska, but the weather here...
Be careful, lady.
Who was that?
A man from the Chamber of Commerce. Oh, Kenny. This is Kenny Baker, Mrs. Harris. I'd like you to meet him.
Oh, son, I've been listening to you all for a long, long time. And I sure am glad to make your acquaintance, sure enough. What?
Never mind. Oh, Mary, Mrs. Harris, I want you to meet Mary Livingston.
Well, little Mary. How are you all? All of me are fine, thank you. How's your gang?
Mary. Well, Jack, how do you like my mom? She's all right. I can understand now how she has such a nice son and charming daughter.
Gee, I'm hungry.
You know, Mrs. Harris, Kenny is always hungry. But I can imagine why with that delightful aroma coming from the kitchen. I wonder what it is.
Mike's pot roast.
That joke's only good in the West anyway. Hey, you know, Mrs. Harris, Kenny. Oh, Kenny. Put that goldfish back in the bowl. Well, I'm hungry. Well, throw it back anyway. What happened?
Forgot to let go of the fish.
Too bad he can swim. Say, Phil, where's your sister, Lucy, now?
Oh, she'll be down in a minute.
You know, I saw her picture. I wonder what's keeping her.
Maybe she saw your picture.
Won't be funny.
Hey, Jack, here comes Lucy Bell now.
Oh, boy.
Stop shaking.
Who's shaking?
Come here, Lucy Bell. I want you to say hello to Jack Bennett.
Now, how do you do?
This is Joe of Blazer, Mr. Danny, and I'm just tickled pink to meet you.
Well, I'm tickled pink too, Lucy Bell. You know, Phil showed me your picture, and it doesn't flatter you one bit.
Oh, you cowboys just say those things.
No, I mean that. You know, Phil, your sister's sweet enough to eat.
Better keep her away from Kenny.
Quiet. Oh, Lucy Bell, this is Mary Livingston.
Well, Mary, I sure am tickled pink to meet you. I'm tickled pink to meet you, too.
That's tickled pink.
Oh, pardon my northern accent.
Oh, Sid, that young man climbing out of the Goldfish Bowl is Kenny Baker.
Oh, Mr. Baker, I sure am tickled pink to meet y'all.
Thanks. You got it, Tom.
Kenny, go over by the fireplace and dry out. Well, Lucy Bell, I hope you're enjoying your stay here at Hollywood.
Oh, I so am. And it's been a real thrill seeing all the movie stars in person.
I imagine so. Tell me, who are the favorite movie stars down your way?
Oh, Ann Southern and Dixie Lee.
Well, I can understand that.
How's we like Carolina Lombard, too.
Oh, you like Georgia Raft and Charleston Butterworth? You know, I make pictures, too.
You do? Well, hush my mouth.
So they'll have to change my name to Jacksonville Benny.
Yeah, and I could be Maryland Livingston.
Maryland.
And I could be Penny Tucker.
Penny, throw a log in the fire and don't let go.
Suspicious about the German You know, Mr. Danny, I thought you were just a radio actor. Really, I did.
Well, I dabble in it a bit. Do you like radio, Lucy Bell?
Yes, I just adore Fred Allen, don't you?
Well, yes, I do. Personally, I prefer the more
exaggerated macho
humor.
gestures of enthusiasm set in contrast with the
Well, I think he's just grand.
Well, everyone to their own taste. Marty doesn't come from the
night
South.
of June 30th to July the 1st is known as the night of the long knives.
Lucy Bell, you know, before you leave town, we'll have to step out together some evening and take in a movie or something.
Ooh, I just love that, Mr. Danny. You know, I saw an Asian picture this afternoon.
You did? What was it?
Bing Crosby and Candy from Birmingham.
Yes, that is good.
Oh, Jack.
What?
I know another small picture she can see.
What is it?
Lloyd's of Memphis.
Go sit down.
Oh, boy.
What are you doing, Kenny?
I'm reading a funny.
That's a family album.
He's still right.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Baker, hand me that album. I want to show you folks some pictures of Phil when he was a little boy.
Oh, Lucy Bell, don't do that.
Oh, that reminds me. You know what they used to call Phil when he was a baby?
Why?
Filthy lamb.
Filthy lamb. Filthy lamb. Boy, that's rich.
You should laugh.
Yeah.
Remember what they called you when you were a kid?
Very quiet.
Stinky pie.
Is that so?
Oh, here's a picture I wanted to show you. It's our favorite.
Which one?
Right here.
Right here?
It's Phil when he was 3 weeks old. It was taken on our plantation down south.
Oh, sis, don't show him that one.
Gee, Phil, 3 weeks old. You haven't got much clothing on there, have you? Mary, what are you laughing at?
Southern exposure. Answer the door, Phil.
I bet it's Don Wilson. Hello, everybody. Hello, Don. Hello, how are you?
Hiya, folks.
Why, Andy Devine, what are you doing here?
Why, Jack Andy dropped in at the studio, so I thought I'd bring him along. Oh, sure. I hope I'm not intruding.
And Mrs. Harris, this is Don Wilson, and this is Andy Devine.
How'd you do?
Glad to know you.
Lucibel, get the gentleman a coat drop.
Don't bother, Mrs. Harris. He always talks like that. Oh, boys, this is Phil's sister, Lucy Bell.
Here it comes, folks. I so am tickled pink to meet you, boys. I told you so.
Yeah, if I'd have known this, I wouldn't have got this haircut.
Oh, you look all right.
Control yourself, Andy.
Now, I don't like them pulls on you folks, but you're all so talented. Why don't you give us a little entertainment?
Well, Mrs. Harris, your son sings a pretty hot song. How about having Phil start the ball rolling? Why, come on, everybody. Where's the piano?
Kenny ate it.
I did not. Come on, Phil. What are you going to sing?
Well, here's a copy of The Lovely right here on the piano. How about that?
Well, what a coincidence. Who put it there?
You did.
Oh, all right. Come on. Hit it, fellas. Let's hear Phil.
The night is long, skies are clear, and if you want to go walking, dear, it's delightful, delicious, lovely.
Yeah.
I understand feeling why you're sentimental, cause so am I. It's delightful, delicious, lovely. You can tell at a glance what a swell night this is for romance. You can hear old Mother Nature murmuring low. Let yourself go so peacefully, sweet my chickadee. And when I kiss you, just say to me, it's delightful, it's delicious, it's delectable, it's delirious, it's dilemma, it's dilemma, it's deloops, it's delovely.
That was good, Phil, really. Mary, how about you singing a chorus, huh?
I will if Andy will sing it with me.
Well, I can't. I got a cold.
Well, you shouldn't have got that haircut. Come on now, no more coaching.
Wait a minute, Jack. We don't know the words.
You don't? Here's a copy for you, Mary. Sing this.
Oh, thanks, Don.
I'm afraid of this, but go ahead. Come on. Both of you, Mary and Andy. Hit it, fellas. Oh, wait till you get a load of this.
When you dine now, in order to be good, and yellow too.
It's delightful, it's delicious, it's lovely.
And if you're out, be late at night, and want something that's very light.
It's the swallow, it's the mellow, it's the lovely.
It is easy to make. You can watch it quiver and just in case you can hear Mother in the kitchen murmuring low.
Let yourself be.
And when I serve it, just say to me, it's the strawberry,
It's the raspberry,
it's the cherry,
it's the orange,
it's the lemon, it's the lime.
it's the nuts, it's the love.
Say, that was swell. I can even forgive Don. Well, Mrs. Harris, it's getting kind of late, and I think we'll have to be going.
Oh, I'm sorry you have to leave so soon. You must come again sometime.
Oh, we'll be glad to. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Harris. It's been delightful.
Thank you. Goodbye, boys. Come
Good night, Mrs. Harris.
Good night, my boy.
Kenny, put down Lucy Bell and go home.
Annexation of Austria.
Well,
Annexation of the
Lucy Bell, I stayed behind. I just want to say again, it's been a real thrill meeting you. It's been delightful, and you're just delightful.
Oh, Mr. Benny, you say the cleverest thing.
I do, don't I? Well, I'd love to have you come over to our broadcast sometime. Maybe next Sunday, huh?
Oh, I do be tickled, too. Does he get tickled any other color?
Don't mind her, Lucy Bell. Well, Lucy Bell, can I take you home?
Well, I live right here.
Oh, that's right. Well, goodbye, Lucy Bell.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Rosenberg had mixed his own ideas with those of Heinrich von Fritzl, published in 1879.
Well, goodbye.
Titled Jews Are Our Misfortune.
Why don't you open the door?
Do I know what I'm doing? species
By
called
imprisoning the
reject.
Jews, I fight
Wow.
for the working of our Lord, says nobody knows the reasons for his rage against the Jews. Some think it may have been because his mother died after being looked at by a Jewish doctor. The fact is that the oldest hate and bitterness in the world is now the fuel of a huge horror machine. Like the Christian theologists of
Everybody
60
likes
AD,
chocolate pudding. It's been a favorite dessert with all of us ever since the first time our mothers made it. It's a lot easier to make, and it's smoother, creamier, more chocolatey. And this is how simple it is to make. Just mix the contents of one package of Jell-O chocolate pudding with some milk. Cook and stir over a low fire until the mixture comes to a boil and is thick and satin smooth. It only takes a few minutes. Then, after it's cooled, pour it into sherbet glasses, and there you'll have a superb chocolate pudding, the rich, old-fashioned kind that will make a happy impression on everybody who's lucky enough to taste it. One package of Jell-O chocolate pudding will make 6 delicious servings, and it sells for the same low price as Jell-O. Remember the name the next time you're at your grocer's, Jell-O chocolate pudding.
That was the last number of the 17th program in the new the new Jell-O series. And I hope you'll be with us again next Sunday night. I don't know what's the matter with me.
Oh, Jack, pull yourself together. You're always letting some girl upset you.
I'm not upset.
Stop smoking a fountain pen.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time I would like to announce our program for next Sunday. As you all know, we have never been on the air during the month of July. And we have a lot of 4th of July jokes which are just sputtering up the studio. Our janitor refuses to do anything about it. So therefore, next Sunday, January 31st, we will do our special 4th of July broadcast. So listen in and try to keep warm at the same time. Good night, folks.
I felt so impressed by his speeches that he virtually became his janitor. Indeed, sharing his very presence. His privacy.
The tune, Belovely, from Red Hot and Blue. The Jell-O program comes to you from Hollywood over the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles.
The nation's newspaper.
The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Sold American. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Why, sure.
Yes, sir. Who said it?
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Quality in a cigarette must mean the quality of the tobacco itself. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, first, last, and always, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
For your own real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
From Mitchell Field, headquarters of the 1st Air Force, the Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny. With Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
In the shape of a military
Ladies and gentlemen, in every group, in every crowd, in every show, in every barrack, there's always one outstanding personality.
Yes, indeed.
So, it is no surprise that our little group of thespians has one of its own. And here he is, Mr. Eager Beaver of 1945, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, I must say I'm very pleased with that introduction you gave me.
Oh, are you, Jack?
Yes, sir, and I'm going to stay pleased until I find out what an eager beaver is. I remember once you called me a sad sack, and for 6 months I went around bragging about it. I even had it engraved on my card. Sad Sack Benny. I mean, a fine thing to call me.
Well, Jack, how did you find out what it meant?
Well, one day I tried to be sociable, so I walked up to a top sergeant and said, "Hiya, Sad Sack." And between sad and sack, I was flat in my back. Anyway, Don, we've been away from California about a month now. How are you enjoying the trip so far?
Ah, it's swell, Jack. Especially when we went ice skating last week in Central Park. You looked so funny the way you kept falling down all the time, and I had to keep helping you.
All right. So I fell down once or twice.
Once or twice? Why, I picked you up so many times I felt like your ground crew.
You should talk, Wilson. When you fell down, you looked like a B-29 landing with its wheels up. Then you broke through the ice, fell into the lake, and it was high tide clear out to Sandy Hook. So don't tell me that. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hi, fellas.
Mary, I'm glad you got here early because these boys expect me to put on a good show for them. You know, I'm an eager beaver.
You're what?
An eager beaver. That's the way Don introduced me.
Jack, you know what that is?
No, what?
An eager beaver is a sad sack with a commission. Oh, I didn't know that. Thanks, Don. I'll have some more of my cards engraved. Say, Mary, how do you like it here at Mitchell Field? Oh, fine, Jack. Especially now in the wintertime with all the snow on the ground. It's wonderful, really wonderful.
What's so wonderful about snow?
It slows a soldier down when he's chasing a girl.
Well, that's ridiculous, Mary. The snow also slows down the girl when she's running away from the soldier.
I know. That's what's so wonderful about it.
Oh, I get it. You wanted the soldier to catch you.
You're pretty sharp today, aren't you, Quiz Kid?
I'm sharp every day, sister.
Anyway, these soldiers here are all swell guys. I was out with one of them last night. We went to the wrestling matches.
Oh, at the garden?
No, Roseland.
Oh, Roseland Dance Hall. I was up there the other night.
No kidding, Jack. You have fun?
Oh, how can I have fun? You pay the hostess for your dance, you lead her out on the floor, you put your arms around her, then bump to the yum-tum-tum, the music's over.
Well, what do you expect for a dime? Schubert's Unfinished Symphony?
Mary, it isn't bad enough I get stuck with short dances, but when they were closing the place for the night, I had one ticket left over.
All along the Spanish Civil War, and this war will be an excellent testing field for the German
right, that's the need. But now I'm asking more of you than I ever have before. I need to misbehave.
Sea spray, when you have to smell your very best.
Ratifies in Germany the agreement
Cut.
for the access of Rome for
Let's take 5 people.
Italy for an ally. Hitler is
Dance
ready
hall.
for
I
his
was up
next
there the other night.
that's
No
not
kidding,
what I
Jack. You have
wanted.
fun? Oh, how can I have fun? You pay the hostess for your dance, you lead her out on the floor, you put your arms around her, then bump to the yum-tum-tum, the music's over.
Well, what do you expect for a dime? Schubert's Unfinished Symphony?
Mary, it isn't bad enough I get stuck with short dances, but when they were closing the place for the night, I had one ticket left over.
Well, what'd you do about it?
What did I do about it? I wasn't going to get stuck for the ticket.
1937.
Oh, better
On
still.
April the 26th, the German Air Task Force,
Suspense.
Condor Legion, shows its power raiding Guernica, the cultural capital town of the Spanish Basque country. Heinkel's 111, Dorniers, Junkers, and Messerschmitts show their capacity to destroy upon helpless citizens. On November the 5th, 1937, the Hossback
I don't want
Protocol,
to be this distracted.
drawn
I
by
have to do
Hitler's
something really
assistant
quick.
Colonel Hossback, is signed in a secret meeting.
No.
The meeting is attended, besides the Führer, by Field Marshal von Blomberg, War Minister Fritsch from the Army, Raeder from the Navy, von Neurath from Foreign Affairs, and the three high commanders of the armed forces. This protocol states Hitler's plans to seize all Europe before 1945 in order to gain vital space for the Aryan race.
Okay, I think we get the. Okay, whatever. Festus, if you were right here, you'd be more of a celebrity. You on film. Yeah.
The finest hours of the Second World War. The onset, the German-Soviet expansion. The 1938. On February the 4th, 1938, Hitler dismisses Blomberg and Fritsch and personally takes over the war minister, setting up the Armed Forces Supreme Command. On the 12th, he meets in his Bavarian Alps dwelling the Austrian Chancellor Schuschnigg and tells him about his purposes concerning Austria. Schuschnigg had already been told of Hitler's intentions by Mussolini. He comes back to Austria thinking of calling a public vote of the country's independence. This is too much for Hitler's patience. He puts pressure on the Austrian politicians to get them to appoint the pro-Nazi Arthur Seyss-Inquart as chancellor. Once in power, he entreats the German troops to march on Austrian land. On March the 12th, Austria is occupied. The Anschluss is a fact. On the 14th, Hitler announces in Vienna, "As Führer of the German nation, I hereby declare the annexation of my fatherland to the Third Reich." Then he sends a telegram to Mussolini. "Duce, thank you. I I will never forget this moment. Hitler feels safe. The Wehrmacht's warfare ability is bringing about the possibility of expanding the ethnic community in a new great Germany.
I'm very indecisive about what game to play.
Flags with the swastika dress the city's streets, celebrating the leader of the modern crusade. Meanwhile, the SS are dispatching a series of persons who, according to the Führer, had despised him in the past. One more time, countries that had suffered the German ambition in World War I stay unmoved before the Third Reich's challenges.
I have an idea, hang on.
On September the 12th, Hitler encourages the Germans all around the world to express their self-determination and help him build a great German country. Confronted with Hitler's aggressive expansion policy, England, France,
The
and
Shadow
the United States,
over
through
Innsmouth
Mussolini, start the first
by
maneuvers to
H.P.
put a
Lovecraft.
limit on the German leader's ambitions.
Read by Richard Coyle.
The great power's
Part
hesitating
1.
behavior is the result of regarding the Nazi leader, as well as the Italian dictator, as a retaining wall against the expansion of Bolshevism in the Western world.
During the winter of 1927 to 28,
Nevertheless,
officials of the federal
led by the
government
conservative
made a
Neville
strange
Chamberlain,
and
thought
secret
that the Treaty of
investigation of
Versailles had
certain
been too
conditions
hard on
in
Germany.
the ancient Massachusetts seaport of
It was
Innsmouth.
advisable to review the treaty.
The
in an
public
appeasement
first learned of
policy
it in
framework,
February, when a vast
something not
series
agreed
of
on
raids and
by the
arrests
also
occurred,
conservative Winston Churchill.
followed by the deliberate burning and dynamiting of an enormous number of crumbling, worm-eaten, and supposedly empty houses along the abandoned waterfront. Uninquiring souls let this occurrence pass as one of the major clashes in a spasmodic
Bring
war
about a
on
meeting
liquor.
in Munich on September the 29th.
Keener
Between the
news
British
followers,
Prime Minister
however,
and the
wondered
French
at the
Daladier.
prodigious number of arrests, the abnormally large force of men used in making them, and the secrecy surrounding the
In
disposal of
spite
the
of Hitler's
prisoners.
yells and blows to the
No
table,
trials
the conference
or
is a
even
success
definite
for
charges
Mussolini,
were
who
reported.
looks like an appeasing
Nor
man
were
in
any
front
of the
world
captives
leaders.
seen thereafter in the regular jails of the
It's
nation.
also a new victory for Hitler.
There were vague
For the
statements about
Germans can see
disease
their
and
Führer
concentration
getting at his
camps,
objective without
and
having
later
fired a
about
single
dispersal in various naval and military prisons. But nothing positive ever developed. Innsmouth
The
itself
frightened
was
Allied
left
leaders have
almost
yielded to the Nazi
depopulated,
leaders' demands
and
of
is even
taking
now
over the
only
Sudetenland,
beginning to show signs of a
a
sluggishly revived
German-speaking Czech
existence.
region whose integrity was assured by the Treaty of
Complaints from many liberal organizations were met with long, confidential discussions, and
European
representatives
leaders are
were
sure
taken
that
on
Hitler
trips
seeks
to
war in any
certain
way,
camps and prisons.
but they surrender
As a
before the
result,
irksome dictator.
these societies became
Not
surprisingly
paying any
passive
attention to the
and
Czech government's
reticent.
appeals for help.
Newspaper men were harder to
Just like
manage,
they
but
ignored the
seemed
Spanish
largely to
republics.
cooperate with the government in the end. Only one paper, a tabloid always discounted because of its wild policy, mentioned the deep-diving submarine that discharged torpedoes downward in the marine abyss just beyond Devil Reef. That item, gathered by chance in a haunt of sailors, seemed indeed rather far-fetched, since the low black reef lies a full mile and a half out from Innsmouth Harbor. People around the country and in the nearby towns muttered a great deal among themselves, but said very little to the outer world. They had talked about dying in half-deserted Innsmouth for nearly a century, and nothing new could be wilder or more hideous than what they had whispered and hinted years before.
Once everything's perfectly organized, I'll start working on my thesis.
sure you feel confident nailing your final thesis by supporting your writing journey from start to finish. Welcome to Ideation Station.
How do I write the perfect intro paragraph?
You start with understanding what makes a perfect intro. Grammarly can highlight precise tips for an introductory paragraph based on the research you've done so far.
An informative and inspiring intro. This is exactly what my thesis needed. Now that I've got a strong intro, I need to take a pass at perfecting some of the remaining.
I could overdose, you could overdose, anyone
Revision
could
time?
overdose.
Revision time.
Could be your mom.
Here at Revision Division, we ensure your writing is the highest quality. This paragraph can be simplified. Grammarly can paraphrase this by using the Improve It prompt, all while maintaining your voice and keeping your work sounding professional.
Awesome. Let's wrap this thesis up with a neat and tidy works cited page.
Grammarly can help with that.
Hitler's hunger for conquest seems
Writing
satisfied.
citations has never been easier. You can
Chamberlain,
now cite the AI
small
prompts
worm,
you
as
used.
the German dictator contemptuously calls him,
Perfect.
comes back
I can
to
even
London,
show I used Grammarly for
feeling sure
paraphrase.
that he has
There you
achieved
go.
a lasting
Use
peace.
AI tools without compromising your integrity.
I have lots of great
Stepping down
information in
from
my
the plane.
thesis from different online
Then why do I have no control?
I can never
speaks
remember
about
how
the
to
honorable
perfectly
peace.
format my citation.
I am sure that this
Just
will be
click
a
Good
time of
Citation.
peace.
Oh,
You'll have a
and
full
you can't see
citation
it
with a
anyway,
copy,
but still.
always formatted perfectly.
His
Wow.
conversation with Hitler,
That was fast.
a common, ordinary dog in his view, has been frank and
This
friendly.
thesis is solid.
He feels satisfied because, according to him, some of the most severe
One day,
clauses
people are
of the
going to
Treaty
cite
of
your
Versailles
study.
have been corrected.
How do you feel about that?
The accepted solution will set the grounds for a long
Grammarly.
period of peace for Europe, says
How do
Chamberlain,
you feel?
feeling sure that the German ambitions have been
Nobody's
satisfied.
ever asked me that before.
On November the
Download
7th,
Grammarly for free.
Ernst von Rath, a secretary of the German embassy in Paris,
Ready to
is
perfect your
murdered
next
by
thesis?
Herschel
Grammarly's
Grinspan,
there for you
a
from start
German
to
Jew
finish,
who
across
fled
your
to
entire
France.
writing journey.
This
And
crime will be
94%
Hitler's
of
alibi
students say
to
Grammarly helps
launch the
improve
first
their
great
grades.
mopping up operation
Download
against the
Grammarly
Jews
for free.
still
It's the
living in
perfect writing
Germany
partner.
and Austria.
So I have control over this game. Oh, of course.
The night of November the 9th is known as the Night of the Broken Glass. The SS destroyed more than 2,000 synagogues and razed to the ground shops, houses, and businesses of the Jews of both countries. 25,000 are arrested and sent to concentration camps. The whole world begins to realize the Nazi horror. Most of the Western countries withdraw their ambassadors
Many things
from Germany.
had taught them secretiveness, and there was now no need to exert pressure on them. Besides,
So
they really knew
confused.
very little. For wide salt marshes, desolate and
Hitler
unpeopled,
is still seeking
keep neighbors off from Innsmouth on the
He
landward
regards the
side.
annexation of Danzig
But at
and the
last,
corridor
I am going to
stretching from
defy the
Germany
ban
to
on
eastern
speech
Prussia
about this thing.
as an issue
For my
beyond
contact
any
with this
question.
affair has been
This
closer than
town
that
is
of
mostly
any other
inhabited by
mainland.
Germans, but was
And I have
declared a
carried
free
away
city at the end of
impressions
World War I.
which are yet to drive me to
It was currently the gate of the Polish corridor to the Baltic Sea.
It was I who fled frantically out of Innsmouth
The
in
Germans
the
had
early
never
morning
concealed
hours
since
of July
1933
16th,
their wish to
1927,
retake a city
and
belonging
whose
to their
frightened
land
appeals for
World War
government
I.
inquiry and action brought
They
on
tried
the
all
whole
kinds of
reported
strategies to
episode.
reach that goal.
I was willing enough to stay mute while the affair was fresh and uncertain.
They
Now that it's
nominated
an
it
old
as a
story,
center of tourist
public
interest
interest
in order
and
to make the
curiosity
Germans
gone.
visit it on us.
I have an odd craving to whisper about
Then
those
they
few
carried out
trifle hours
military
in
and
that
all kinds of
blue-rumored
works without the
and
consent of the
evilly
ruling
shadow
administration,
seaport of death
the League of
and
Nations.
blasphemous abnormality. The mere telling helps me to restore confidence in my
The
own
English and
faculties,
French secret
to
services
reassure
warned their
myself
governments of the
that I was not
facts
simply
taking
the
place
first
in
to
the Polish
succumb to a
corridor,
contagious
as well as in
nightmare
this
hallucination.
nonsensical city.
It helps me,
Embedded
too,
in the old
in
Prussian
making up my
land where the
mind
Germans
regarding
do
a
their
certain
will.
terrible step which lies ahead of me.
Why is it like this right now?
The Polish government refuses to yield to the German demands and sends 2 army divisions to the area.
I never heard of Innsmouth till the day before I saw it for the first and, so far, last time. I was celebrating my coming of age by a tour of New England, sightseeing, antiquarian and genealogical, and had planned to go directly from ancient Newburyport to Arkham, whence my mother's family was
Great
derived.
Britain and and friends
I had
are
no
now
car,
aware that
but
the
was traveling by
appeasement policy
train,
is a failure.
trolley, and motor coach,
When the
always
German army
seeking the
takes over
cheapest
all
possible route.
Czechoslovakia on March the 31st,
In Newburyport, they told me that the steam train was
they
the thing to
signed
take
with
to
the
Arkham,
Poles an engagement for
and it was
mutual
only at
help
the
and
station ticket
protection,
office, when I
suggesting them
demurred
at
at
the
the
same
high
time
fare,
to seek a
that I
compact
learned about
with the
Innsmouth.
Russians.
The stout, shrewd-faced agent whose speech showed him to be no local man seemed sympathetic toward my efforts at economy and made a suggestion that none of my other informants had offered. You could take that old bus, I suppose, he said with a certain hesitation. But it ain't thought much of hereabouts. Goes to Innsmouth. You may have heard about that, so people don't like it. Run by an Innsmouth fella, Joe Sargent. It never gets any custom from here, or Arkham either, I guess. I wonder it keeps running at all. I suppose it's cheap enough, but I never see more than 2 or 3 people in it. Nobody but those Innsmouth folks. Leaves the square, in front of Hammond's drugstore, 10 a.m., 7 p.m., unless they changed lately. Looks like a terrible rattle trap. I've never been on it.
Rejects in April the non-aggression agreement signed with Poland in 1934, and the naval engagement
That was the first
agreed
I
on
ever
with the
heard of
British
shadowed
in
Innsmouth.
1935.
Any reference to a town not shown on common maps or listed
The
in
Führer's
recent
purposes
guidebooks
are clear
would
enough.
have interested me, and the agent's
In the
odd
first
manner
days
of
of
illusion
August,
roused
several
something like
European
real
governments get
curiosity.
entangled in
A
secret
town
debates.
able to
in order to
inspire
calm
such
down the
dislike
German
in
leaders'
its neighbors, I
ambitions.
thought, must be at least rather unusual and worthy of a tourist's
The
attention.
Soviet Union is the last real
If it came
military
before
threat
Arkham,
between
I would
Hitler
stop off there.
and his expansion plans.
And so I asked the agent to tell me something about it. He was very deliberate
Stalin is well
and
aware
spoke
of the
with an air
value
of
Hitler
feeling
sets on
slightly
international
superior
agreements.
to what he said.
Furthermore, he remembers very
Innsmouth?
well the anti-communist
Well,
agreement
it's
reached
a
with
queer
Japan
kind of a
that
town down
Italy
at the mouth of
has
the
also
Monotset.
endorsed.
Used to be almost a city. Quite a port before the War of 1812, but all gone to pieces in the last 100 years or so. No railroad now. B&M never went through, and the branch line from Rowley was given up years ago. More empty houses than there are people, I guess. No business to speak of except fishing and lobstering. Everybody trades mostly here in Arkham or Ipswich. Once they had quite a few mills, but nothing's left now except one gold refinery running on the leanest kind of part-time. That refinery, though, used to be a big thing. And old man Marsh, who owns it, must be Richard and Croesus. Queer old duck, though, and sticks mighty close in his home. He's supposed to have developed some skin disease or deformity late in life that makes him keep out of sight. Grandson of Captain Obed Marsh, who founded the business. His mother seems to have been some kind of foreigner. They say a South Sea Islander. So everybody raised Cain when he married an Ipswich girl 50 years ago.
And signed the Molotov.
And why is everybody so down on Innsmouth? Well,
How
young
dare you?
fella, you mustn't take too much stock in what people around here say. You ought to hear, though, what some of the old-timers tell about the Black Reef off the coast. Devil Reef, they call it. It's well above water a good part of the time, and never much below it, but at that you could hardly call it an island. The story is that there's a whole legion of devils seen sometimes on that reef, sprawled about or darting in and out of some kind of caves near the top. One of the things they had against old Captain Marsh was that he was supposed to land on it sometimes at night when the tide was right. Maybe
I'm
he did.
doing a TV
They dare
show.
say the rock formation was interesting.
I don't want to tell them what I'm
Surely
about to
possibly
do,
he was looking
or
for
it'll
pirate
spoil the
loot, maybe
suspense.
finding
There's
it.
suspense.
There was talk of his dealing with demons there. That was before the big epidemic of 1846, when over half the folks in Innsmouth was carried off. They never did quite figure out what the trouble was, but it was probably some foreign kind of disease brought from China or somewhere by the shipping. Surely was bad enough. There can't be more than 300 or 400 people living there now. But the real thing behind the way folks feel is simply race prejudice. And I don't say I'm blaming those that hold it. Now, I hate those Innsmouth folks myself. There certainly is a strange kind of streak in them. I don't know how to explain it, but it sort of makes you crawl. You'll notice a
I
little
think
in
I'm gonna
Sergeant
play
if
a
you take his
game.
bus. Some of them have queer,
I don't know
narrow
what
heads
name
with
yet.
Is justly
flat
renowned
noses
for
and bulgy, starey
And I'm
eyes that
having
never
problems
seem
with
to
all the
shut.
games I choose.
And their skin ain't quite right. Rough and scabby, and the sides of their necks are all shriveled or creased up. They get bald, too, very young. The older fellows look the worst. Fact is, I don't believe I've ever seen a very old chap of that kind. Anyways, if you will go there, there's a hotel in Innsmouth. It's called the Gilman House. But I don't believe it can amount to much. I wouldn't advise you to try it. Better stay over here and take the 10 o'clock bus tomorrow morning. Then you can get an evening bus there for Arkham at 8 o'clock. There was a factory inspector who stopped at the Gilman a couple years ago, and he had a lot of unpleasant hints about the place. Seems they get a queer crowd there. This fella heard voices in other rooms,
that's what the thing
though
is.
most of them was empty. It gave him the shivers. It was foreign talk, he thought. But he said the bad thing about it was the kind of voice that sometimes spoke. Sounded so unnatural, slopping like, he said, that he didn't dare undress and go to sleep. Just waited up and lit out the first thing in the morning. The talk went on most all night.
Thanks to the disregard of the countries supposedly in charge of watching over the Treaty of
This
Versailles.
fella, Casey, his name was, had a lot to say about how the Innsmouth folks watched him and seemed kind of on guard.
The German military
You know, it's always been a kind of mystery where the Marshes get the gold they refine. They've never seemed to do much buying in that line. But years ago, they shipped out an enormous lot of ingots. Used to be talk of a queer, foreign kind of jewelry that the sailors and refinery men sometimes sold on the sly, or that was seen once or twice on some of the Marsh women folks. People thought that maybe old Captain Obed traded for it in some heathen port. Others thought, and still think, he found an old pirate cache out on Devil Reef.
The point is to check the Bolsheviks' expansion in the world and to annihilate the
After my
Gypsy
strange
Said
conversation
Hitler
with
to
the
his
agent,
officers.
I decided to spend part of that evening at the Newburyport Public Library,
The deadline
looking
for
up
the attack
data
on
about
Poland
Innsmouth.
was set on August the 26th.
Most interesting of all was a
But it had to
glancing
be
reference to
postponed
that
because of
strange
talks with Russia
jewelry
and the
vaguely
setup for the
associated with the
incident that
town.
would justify the
It
invasion.
had evidently impressed the whole countryside more than a little, for mention was made of specimens in the Museum of Miskatonic University at Arkham, and in the display room of the Newburyport Historical Society. Despite the relative lateness of the hour, I resolved to see the local sample, said to be a large, queerly proportioned thing evidently meant for a tiara, if it could possibly be arranged. The librarian gave me a note of introduction to the curator of the society, a Miss Anna Tilton, who lived nearby. And after a brief explanation, that ancient gentlewoman was kind enough to pilot me into the closed building, since the hour was not outrageously late.
The news of the Polish aggression, bravely repulsed by the German army, spreads through the entire
It took
country.
no excessive sensitiveness to beauty to make me literally gasp at the strange, unearthly splendor of the alien, opulent fantasy that rested there on a purple velvet cushion. Even now I can hardly describe what I saw, though it was clearly enough a sort of tiara, as the description had said. It was tall in front, and with a very large and curiously irregular periphery, as if designed for a head of almost freakishly elliptical outline. The materials seemed to be...
When I was very young, the Earth Empire controlled the skies.
Hinted at some strange alloy.
The Tsar and his battle fleet saw everything, knew everything, punished everything. Those of us in the colonies never imagined there could be another way. But then the real slaughter began.
At first I decided that it was the queer, otherworldly quality of the art which made me uneasy. All other art objects I had ever seen either belonged to some known racial or national stream, or else were consciously modernistic, defiant of every recognized stream.
Veterans of the League of Free
It clearly
Worlds.
belonged to some settled technique of infinite maturity and perfection. Yet that technique was utterly remote from any, Eastern or Western, ancient or modern, which I had ever heard of or seen exemplified. It was as if the workmanship were that of another planet.
3 times more nicotine than a pack of cigarettes, vapes increased cravings,
However, I soon saw that my uneasiness had a second and perhaps equally potent source residing in the pictorial and mathematical suggestions of the strange designs. The patterns all hinted of remote secrets and unimaginable abysses in time and space, and the monotonously aquatic nature of the reliefs became almost
September the 1st, 4:45 a.m.
Among these reliefs were fabulous monsters of abhorrent grotesqueness and malignity, half ichthytic and half batrachian in suggestion, which one could not dissociate from a certain haunting and uncomfortable sense of pseudo-memory, as if they called up some image from deep cells and tissues whose retentive functions are wholly primal, awesomely ancestral. At times, I fancied that every contour of these blasphemous fish frogs was overflowing with the ultimate quintessence of unknown and inhuman
of the
evil.
invasion forces is divided into 2 groups.
In odd contrast to the tiara's aspect
Northern Army Group
was its
under General
brief
Fedor von
and
Bock
prosy history
includes
as
in its
related
southern
by
flank
Miss
the 3rd
Tilton.
Army under General George
It had
von
been
Kuhn,
pawned for a
and in
ridiculous
its
sum
right flank
at a
the
shop in
4th
State
Army
Street
under
in
General
1873
Gudner von Kluge.
by a drunken Innsmouth man shortly afterward killed in a brawl.
This group
The
pierces
society
in
had
from Eastern
acquired it
Prussia
directly from
and
the
Pomerania,
pawnbroker,
heading
at
for
once
Warsaw.
giving it a display worthy of its quality. It was labeled as of probable East Indian
The
or
Southern Group, under
Indo-Chinese
General
provenance,
Gerd von
though the
Rundstedt,
attribution was
comprises
frankly
the 8th
tentative.
Army of General Johannes
Miss
Blachowicz.
Tilton, comparing all
Covering the left
possible
flank and
hypotheses
attacking from
regarding its
Silesia,
origin and its
Slovakia,
presence in New England,
to clash on
was
the
inclined to
Poles,
believe
Ponce
that it
Cruz
formed
district.
part of some exotic pirate horde discovered by old
14th
Captain
Army of
Obed
General
Marsh.
Wilhelm List takes the
As
right
the good
flank
lady
and
showed
through
me
the
out of the
Carpathians
building,
heads for
she
Krakow
made it clear
and
that the
presses
pirate theory of the Marsh fortune was a popular one among the intelligent
Through
people
the
of the
center, the
region.
10th Army under General
Her
Walter
own
von
attitude
Ritschau
toward
marches to
shadowed
Lodz
Innsmouth,
and
which
Warsaw.
she had never seen, was one of disgust at a community slipping far down the cultural scale. And she assured me that the rumors of devil worship were partly justified by a peculiar secret cult which had gained force there and engulfed all the Orthodox churches.
In a few hours, the Luftwaffe has completely annihilated the Polish Air Force.
It was called, she said, the Esoteric Order of Dagon, and was undoubtedly a debased, quasi-pagan thing imported from the East a century before, at a time when the Innsmouth fisheries seemed to be going barren. Its persistence among the simple people was quite natural in view of the sudden and permanent return of abundantly fine fishing, and it soon came to be the greatest influence on the town, replacing Freemasonry altogether and taking up headquarters in the old Masonic Hall on New Church Green. All this, to the pious Miss Tilton, formed an excellent reason for shunning the ancient town of decay and desolation. But to me, it was merely a fresh incentive. To my architectural and historical anticipations was now added an acute anthropological zeal, and I could scarcely sleep in my small room at the Y as the night wore away.
Maneuver, where the German armies find small resistance.
Shortly before 10 the next morning, I stood with one small valise in front of Hammond's drugstore in Old Market Square, waiting for the Innsmouth bus. As the hour for its arrival drew near, I noticed a general drift of the loungers to other places up the street, or to the ideal lunch across the square. Evidently, the ticket agent had not exaggerated the dislike which local people bore toward Innsmouth and its denizens. In a few moments, a small motor coach of extreme decrepitude and dirty grey colour rattled down State Street, made a turn, and drew up at the curb beside me. I felt immediately that it was the right one, a guess which the half-illegible sign on the windshield, Arkham, Innsmouth, Newburyport, soon verified. There were only 3 passengers, dark, unkempt men of sullen visage and somewhat youthful cast, and when the vehicle stopped, they clumsily shambled out and began walking up State Street in a silent, almost furtive fashion. The driver also alighted, and I watched him as he went into the drugstore to make some purchase. This, I reflected, must be the Joe Sargent mentioned by the ticket agent. And even before I noticed any details, there spread over me a wave of spontaneous aversion, which could be neither checked nor explained. It suddenly struck me as very natural that the local people should not wish to ride on a bus owned and driven by this man, or to visit any oftener than possible the habitat of such a man and his kinsfolk. When the driver came out of the store, I looked at him more carefully and tried to determine the source of my evil impression. He was a thin, stoop-shouldered man, not much under 6 feet tall, dressed in shabby blue civilian clothes and wearing a frayed grey golf cap. His age was perhaps 35, but the odd, deep creases in the sides of his neck made him seem older when one did not study his dull, expressionless face. He had a narrow head, bulging, watery blue eyes that seemed never to wink, a flat nose, receding forehead and chin, and singularly undeveloped ears. His long, thick lip, coarse-pawed, greyish cheeks seemed almost beardless, except for some sparse yellow hairs that straggled and curled in irregular patches. And in places, the surface seemed queerly irregular, as if peeling from some cutaneous disease. His hands were large, heavily veined, and had a very unusual blue tinge.
I'm looking for
His fingers
things.
were strikingly short in proportion to the rest of the structure, and seemed to have a tendency to curl closely into the huge palm. As he walked toward the bus, I observed his peculiarly shambling gait and saw that his feet were inordinately immense. The more I studied them, the more I wondered how he could buy any shoes to fit them. A certain greasiness about the fellow increased my dislike. He was evidently given to working or lounging around the fish docks and carried with him much of their characteristic smell. Just what foreign blood was in him, I could not even guess. His oddities certainly did not look Asiatic, Polynesian, Levantine, or Negroid, yet I could see why the people found him alien. I myself would have thought of biological degeneration rather than alienage. I was sorry when I saw that there would be no other passengers on the bus. Somehow I did not like the idea of riding alone with this driver. But as leaving time obviously approached, I conquered my qualms and followed the man aboard, extending him a $1 bill and murmuring the single word, Innsmouth. He looked curiously at me for a second.
It is compulsory to eradicate the Polish middle class and the Führer had ordered the army not to get in the way of the SS on their task.
Compare and find top financial products today. NerdWallet.
September the 10th.
As he returned 40 cents change without speaking.
In France, the
I
first
took a
units of the
seat
British
far
Expeditionary
behind
Force begin to land.
but on the same side of the bus,
It amounts
since
to
I wished to watch the shore
170,000 men,
during the journey.
25,000 vehicles, and hundreds of
At
artillery
length,
pieces.
the decrepit vehicle started with a jerk and rattled noisily past the old brick buildings of State Street amidst the cloud of vapor from the exhaust. Glancing at the people on the sidewalks, I thought I detected in them a curious wish to avoid looking at the bus, or at least a wish to avoid seeming to look at it. Then we turned to the left into High Street, where the going was smoother, flying by stately old mansions of the early Republic and still older colonial farmhouses, passing the Lower Green and Parker River, and finally emerging into a long, monotonous stretch of open shore
The Northern German Army sets bridgeheads across the Vistula, thus fulfilling the second Flyers maneuver in
The day was warm and sunny, but the landscape of sand, sedge-grass, and stunted shrubbery became more and more desolate as we proceeded.
September the 15th.
Out the window, I could see the blue water and the sandy line of Plum Island, and we presently drew very near the beach as our narrow road veered off from the main highway to Rowley and Ipswich. There were no visible houses, and I could tell by the state of the road that traffic was very light hereabouts. The small, weather-worn telephone poles carried only 2 wires. Now and then we crossed crude wooden bridges over tidal creeks that wound far inland and promoted the general isolation of the region. At last we lost sight of Plum Island and saw the vast expanse of the open Atlantic on our left. Our narrow course began to climb steeply, and I felt a singular sense of disquiet in looking at the lonely crest ahead, where the rutted roadway met the sky.
The Soviets find small resistance.
It was as if the bus were about to keep on in its ascent, leaving the sage halfway together and merging with the unknown arcana of upper air into the sky. The smell of the sea took on ominous implications, and the silent driver's bent, rigid back and narrow head became more and more hateful. As I looked at him, I saw that the back of his head was almost as hairless as his face, having only a few straggling yellow strands upon a grey, scabrous surface. Then we reached the crest and beheld the outspread valley beyond, where the Monoxet joins the sea just north of the long line of cliffs that culminate in Kingsport Head and veer off toward Cape Ann. On the far, misty horizon, I could just make out the dizzy profile of the head, topped by the queer, ancient house of which so many legends are told. But for the moment, all my attention was captured by the nearer panorama just below me. I had, I realized, come face to face with rumor-shadowed Innsmouth.
The German Air Force and artillery have ruthlessly bombed day and night the Polish capital on both banks of the River Vistula.
Okay, I guess that fixes everything. I solved the problem.
The Shadow over Innsmouth was written by H.P. Lovecraft and read by Richard Coyle. It was abridged by Paul Kent, and the music was composed by John Nichols. The series is produced by Neil Gardner and is a Ladbroke radio production for BBC Radio 4 Extra.
In 24 hours, the historical city is brought down to ashes.
Oh, it's right thing.
Part 2.
The surviving citizens and soldiers are stunned.
I have a box. A special box. Wow.
September the 27th.
Innsmouth was a town of wide extent and dense construction, yet one with a portentous dearth of visible life. From the tangle of chimney pots, scarcely a wisp of smoke came, and the 3 tall steeples loomed stark and unpainted against the seaward horizon. Here and there, the ruins of wharves jutted out from the shore to end in indeterminate rottenness, those farthest south seeming the most decayed. And far out at sea, despite a high tide, I glimpsed a long black line scarcely rising above the water, yet carrying a suggestion of odd, latent malignancy. This, I knew, must be Devil Reef. As I looked, a subtle, curious sense of beckoning seemed superadded to the grim repulsion. And oddly enough, I found this overtone more disturbing than the primary impression.
Where's the phone?
Soon, cross streets and junctions began
Agent
to
Special
appear.
K, where did
Those
you
on
go?
the left leading to shoreward
there you
realms
are.
of unpaved squalor and decay, while those on the right shewed vistas of departed grandeur. So far, I had seen no people in the town,
You see?
but there now came signs of a sparse habitation, curtained windows here and there, and
Now,
an
I'm
occasional
hoping
battered motor car at the curb.
that this works out of the box, because if it doesn't, it will be
But I was not to reach my destination without one very strong
It will
impression
bring
of
shame
poignantly
upon me and my
disagreeable
family.
quality. The bus had come to a sort of open concourse or radial point, with churches on two sides and the bedraggled remains of a circular green in the center. And I was looking at a large pillared hall on the right-hand junction ahead. The structure's once white paint was now gray and peeling, and the black and gold sign on the pediment
Am I still
was so
live?
faded that I could only with difficulty make out the words,
How
Esoteric
dare you?
Order of Dagon.
Oh,
This,
you
then,
heard me, Agent
was the
Special
former
K.
Masonic
This is a
hall,
long
now
time
given
coming.
over to a degraded cult. As I strained to decipher this inscription, my notice was distracted by the raucous tones of a cracked bell across the street,
I have four
and I quickly
words
turned
for
to
you.
look out the window on my side of the coach. Though the hands
Bop
of its clock were missing on the side I glimpsed,
head.
I knew that those hoarse strokes were telling the hour of 11.
He feels like a new Napoleon. His talents as a
I'll talk to
military
that way,
strategist
you that way any day I
by
please.
the swift Poland campaign.
Then, suddenly, all thoughts of time were blotted
Cruising
out
along
by
at
an
28
onrushing image of
frames
sharp
per second.
intensity
They really should have
and
plugged in the
unaccountable
other
horror,
computer.
which had seized me before I knew what it really was.
To conquer all of Europe.
The door of the church basement was open, revealing a rectangle of blackness inside. And
No
as I
one has
looked,
ever achieved what
a
I
certain
achieved.
object crossed, or seemed to cross that dark rectangle, burning into my brain
now
a
you can see
momentary
it. Look at that.
conception of nightmare, which was all the more maddening because analysis could not shew a single nightmarish quality in it. It was a living object, the first, except the driver that I had seen since entering the compact part of the town. And had I been in a steadier mood, I would have found nothing whatever of terror in it. Clearly, as I realized a moment later, it was the pastor, clad in some peculiar vestments doubtless introduced since the Order of Dagon had modified the ritual of the local churches. The thing which had probably caught my first subconscious glance and supplied the touch of bizarre horror was the tall tiara he wore, an almost exact duplicate of the one Miss Tilton had shown me the previous evening. Was it not natural that a local mystery cult should adopt among its regimentals a unique type of headdress made familiar to the community in some strange way, perhaps as treasure trove?
Number twos. He's a brand new dog, all in less than a year.
A sound of waterfalls became more and more distinct, and presently I saw a fairly deep river gorge ahead, spanned by a wide, iron-railed highway bridge beyond which a large square opened out. As we clanked over the bridge, I looked out on both sides and observed some factory buildings on the edge of the grassy bluff or partway down. Then we rolled into the large semicircular square across the river and drew up on the right-hand side in front of a tall, cupola-crowned building with remnants of yellow paint and with a half-effaced sign proclaiming it to be the Gilman House. I was glad to get out of that bus, and at once proceeded to check my valise in the shabby hotel lobby. There was only one person in sight, an elderly man without what I had come to call the Innsmouth look, and I decided not to ask him any of the questions which bothered me, remembering that odd things had been noticed in this hotel. Instead, I strolled out on the square, from which the bus had already gone, and studied the scene minutely and appraisingly.
The London and Paris governments refused the proposal.
For some reason or other, I chose to make my first inquiries at the chain grocery, whose personnel was not likely to be native to Innsmouth. I found a solitary boy of about 17 in charge, and was pleased to note the brightness and affability which promised cheerful information. He seemed exceptionally eager to talk, and I soon gathered that he did not like the place, its fishy smell, or its furtive people. There was, he said, no public library or chamber of commerce in Innsmouth. but I could probably find my way about. Certain spots were almost forbidden territory, as he had learned at considerable cost. One must not, for example, linger much around the Marsh refinery, or around any of the still-used churches, or around the pillared Order of Dagon Hall at Newchurch Green. Those churches were very odd, all violently disavowed by their respective denominations elsewhere, and apparently using the queerest kind of ceremonials and clerical vestments. As for the Innsmouth people, the youth hardly knew what to make of them. They were as furtive and seldom seen as animals that live in burrows, and one could hardly imagine how they passed the time apart from their desultory fishing. Perhaps, judging from the quantities of bootleg liquor they consumed, they lay for most of the daylight hours in an alcoholic stupor. They seemed sullenly banded together in some sort of fellowship and understanding, despising the world as if they had access to other and preferable spheres of entity. Their appearance, especially those staring, unwinking eyes which one never saw shut, was certainly shocking enough, and their voices were disgusting. It was awful to hear them chanting in their churches at night, and especially during their main festivals or revivals, which fell twice a year on April 30th and October 31st. They were very fond of the water and swam a great deal in both river and harbour. Swimming races out to Devil Reef were very common, and everyone in sight seemed well able to share in this arduous sport. When one came to think of it, it was generally only rather young people who were seen about in public, and of these, the oldest were apt to be the most tainted-looking. When exceptions did occur, they were mostly persons with no trace of aberrancy, like the old clerk at the hotel. One wondered what became of the bulk of the older folk, and whether the Innsmouth look were not a strange and insidious disease phenomenon which increased its hold as years advanced. Only a very rare affliction, of course, could bring about such vast and radical anatomical changes in a single individual after maturity. Changes involving osseous factors as basic as the shape of the skull. But then even this aspect was no more baffling and unheard of than the visible features of the malady as a whole. It would be hard, the youth implied, to form any real conclusions regarding such a matter, since one never came to know the natives personally, no matter how long one might live in Innsmouth.
But the Nazi leader argues that his land policy will only end when Germany retrieves its greatness.
The youth was certain that many specimens, even worse than the worst visible ones, were kept locked indoors in some places. People sometimes heard the queerest kind of sounds. The tottering waterfront hovels north of the river were reputedly connected by hidden tunnels, being thus a veritable warren of unseen abnormalities. What kind of foreign blood, if any, these beings had, it was impossible to tell. They sometimes kept certain, especially repulsive characters out of sight when government agents and others from the outside world came to town. It would be of no use, my informant said, to ask the natives anything about the place. The only one who would talk was a very aged but normal-looking man who lived at the poorhouse on the north rim of the town and spent his time walking about or lounging around the fire station. This hoary character, Zadok Allen, was 96 years old and somewhat touched in the head, besides being the town drunkard. He was a strange, furtive creature who constantly looked over his shoulder as if afraid of something, and when sober, could not be persuaded to talk at all with strangers. He was, however, unable to resist any offer of his favorite poison, and once drunk, would furnish the most astonishing fragments of whispered reminiscence. It was probably from him that some of the wildest popular whispers and delusions were derived. Several non-native residents had reported monstrous glimpses from time to time, but between old Zadok's tales and the malformed denizens, it was no wonder such illusions were current. None of the non-natives ever stayed out late at night, there being a widespread impression that it was not wise to do so. Besides, the streets were loathsomely dark. As for business, the abundance of fish was certainly almost uncanny, but the natives were taking less and less advantage of it. Of course, the town's real business was the refinery, whose commercial office was on the square, only a few doors east of where we stood. Old Man Marsh was never seen, but sometimes went to the works in a closed, curtained car. His sons had formerly conducted the office in the square, but latterly they had been keeping out of sight a good deal and leaving the brunt of affairs to the younger generation. The sons and their sisters had come to look very queer, especially the elder ones, and it was said that their health was failing. One of the Marsh daughters was a repellent, reptilian-looking woman who wore an excess of weird jewelry, clearly of the same exotic tradition as that to which the strange tiara belonged. My informant had noticed it many times, and had heard it spoken of as coming from some secret horde, either of pirates or of demons. The Marshes, together with the other 3 gently bred families of the town, the Waits, the Gilmans, and the Elliots, were all very retiring. They lived in immense houses along Washington Street, and several were reputed to harbor in concealment certain living kinsfolk whose personal aspect forbade public view, and whose deaths had been reported and recorded. Warning me that many of the street signs were down, the youth drew for my benefit a rough but ample and painstaking sketch map of the town's salient features. Disliking the dinginess of the single restaurant I had seen, I bought a fair supply of cheese crackers and ginger wafers to serve as a lunch later on. My program, I decided, would be to thread the principal streets, talk with any non-natives I might encounter, and catch the 8 o'clock coach for Arkham. The town, I could see, formed a significant and exaggerated example of communal decay. But being no sociologist, I would limit my serious observations to the field of architecture. Thus, I began my systematic, though half-bewildered tour of Innsmouth's narrow, shadow-blighted ways. Not a living thing did I see, except for the scattered fishermen on the distant breakwater. And not a sound did I hear, save the lapping of the harbor tides and the roar of the falls in the Minnoxid. The town was getting more and more on my nerves, and I looked behind me furtively as I picked my way back over the tottering Water Street Bridge. The Fish Street Bridge, according to the sketch, was in ruins. North of the river, there were traces of squalid life. Active fish-packing houses in Water Street, smoking chimneys and patched roofs here and there, occasional sounds from indeterminate sources, and infrequent, shambling forms in the dismal streets and unpaved lanes. But I seem to find this even more oppressive than the southerly desertion. For one thing, the people were more hideous and abnormal than those near the center of the town, so that I was several times evilly reminded of something utterly fantastic which I could not quite place. Undoubtedly, the alien strain in the Innsmouth folk was stronger here than farther inland, unless, indeed, the Innsmouth look were a disease rather than a blood strain, in which case this district might be held to harbor the more advanced cases. One detail that annoyed me was the distribution of the few faint sounds I heard. They ought naturally to have come wholly from the visibly inhabited houses, yet in reality were often strongest inside the most rigidly boarded up facades. There were creakings, scurryings, and hoarse, doubtful noises, and I thought uncomfortably about the hidden tunnels suggested by the grocery boy. Suddenly, I found myself wondering what the voices of those denizens would be like. I had heard no speech so far in this quarter, and was unaccountably anxious not to do so. Pausing only long enough to look at two fine but ruinous old churches at Main and Church Streets, I hastened out of that vile waterfront slum. My next logical goal was New Church Green, but somehow or other I could not bear to repass the church in whose basement I had glimpsed the inexplicably frightening form of that strangely diademed priest or pastor. Besides, the grocery youth had told me that the churches, as well as the Order of Dagon Hall, were not advisable neighborhoods for strangers. Accordingly, I kept north along Main to Martin, then turning inland, crossing Federal Street safely north of the Green, and entering the decayed patrician neighborhood of Northern Broad, Washington, Lafayette, and Adams Streets. Though these stately old avenues were ill-surfaced and unkempt, their elm-shaded dignity had not entirely departed. Mansion after mansion claimed my gaze, most of them decrepit and boarded up amidst neglected grounds, but one or two in each street showing signs of occupancy. In Washington Street, there was a row of 4 or 5 in excellent repair and with finely tended lawns and gardens, the most sumptuous of these with wide terraced parterres extending back the whole way to Lafayette Street, I took to be the home of Old Man Marsh, the afflicted refinery owner. In all these streets, no living thing was visible, and I wondered at the complete absence of cats and dogs from Innsmouth. Another thing which puzzled and disturbed me, even in some of the best preserved mansions, was the tightly shuttered condition of many third-story and attic windows. Furtiveness and secretiveness seemed universal in this hushed city of alienage and death, and I could not escape the sensation of being watched from ambush on every hand by sly, staring eyes that never shut.
Hitler chooses to respect Swedish neutrality to obtain iron in a Pacific way, as was his.
I shivered as the cracked stroke of 3 sounded from a belfry on my left. Too well did I recall the squat church from which those notes came.
Norway's long coastline to the North Sea is spotted with bases such as
Following Washington Street toward the river, I now faced a new zone of former industry and commerce.
regard them as vital strategic spots to be put under control.
Strange activity coming from
Their position makes them unavoidable.
Whatever you
to launch
do,
effective
do it
attacks
for
on
less
strategic
at Harbor Freight.
and the British base of Scapa Flow in the Orkney Islands.
By the speeder bikes, it only takes one to raise the alarm. Yeah, well, then we'll take him out real quiet, Mike. Were you saying something like that?
February 1940.
Okay, Julie.
Oh my. The English and French governments tried to run a common policy to throttle the Third Reich's raw material supply lines.
were sent to investigate.
There goes our surprise
Through
attack.
the Allied Supreme War Council, they asked the defense fleet to cease supplying Germany with iron shipped from the Norwegian harbor of Narvik.
I returned home to tell James' son, Fox, about his father's fate.
If not, Roman power failed to interrupt it by force.
He invaded the Lilac City.
It'll be interesting to hear how he got along with using a foot
The British prove how serious their intentions are when on the 16th, the cruiser Arthusa and the destroyer Kosa, disregarding the neutrality issue, sailed through Norwegian waters looking for the German prison ship, the Altmark.
I have decided
It was a support ship to the lost battleship Grafspeed and carries on board 300 English prisoners, survivors from the sinking of the 2 Royal Navy ships.
Excuse me, pal. Is this where I signed up for the bunker tour?
The fact of taking refuge in Norwegian waters cannot check the English to board the ship, setting free their fellow countrymen.
He's all yours, Major
and
Dillon.
killing 7 German
Keep the
sailors.
prisoner covered. You two disarm him.
The complex door's unlocked, hon.
Okay, Major, let's go.
Right. Demolition squad, prepare to move out. I want 2 fire teams to establish
Startled
security
by
at
the
this
English
point. Give me a
boldness,
360
and with his
degree
secret
field of fire.
services
Set it
reporting
on
as a
this
fact the
airlock.
Anglo French operation in the North Sea and the Baltic. Hitler thinks the British have decided to take over Norway. On the 21st, he appoints General Nikolaus von Falkenhorst as head of the invading forces and orders to speed on Operation Vesruber. While pondering the operation, the German General Staff and von Falkenhorst make it compulsory to take over the Danish airports in order to ensure communication lines. As a result, the operation is divided into two steps.
Let's rock and roll!
Operation North Vesruber will take over Norway with 5 big naval squads carrying troops to the landing sites. Battleships Scharnhorst and Nicehound with 10 destroyers make up the first group, bound for Narvik.
In time. Flippy, watch out! Bogey on your tail!
And 4 destroyers will sail to Trondheim in the second group. The third group will be made of the cruisers Koln and Koningsberg, bound for Bergen. The fourth group, with the cruiser Karl Rue and 2 torpedo boats, will take over Kristiansand. The last group, with the cruisers Blucher, Utah, and Enden, and some minor units, will have to take over Oslo, the Norwegian capital city.
Now you must know your father can never be turned.
Operation South Vesruben is pointed at new deadline. 2 motorized brigades must speedily cross the country and take over the Jutland Peninsula.
Perhaps you refer to the imminent attack on your revolution.
Deadline date for both operations is April 11th.
I assure you that we here in the desert,
seeing the situation of the events in Europe, Roosevelt sends his state secretary, Sumner Welles, to submit a peace plan to the governments of Paris, London, Berlin, and Rome.
everything that has transpired has done so according to my design. Your friends down there on the street are walking in. As is your scruffy little
I'll take this.
It was I who permitted the Alliance to discover the location of the defensive general.
Something's wrong with his feet.
No.
Use the boot to take.
A legion of my best troops
I guess I
awaits them
could
in
be
ambush.
thankful. I don't believe you.
I'm
Do a barrel roll.
You keep me over. You will entrap your friends in a killing box and grind them up. So will end forever.
Pretty smooth flying, Fox. Follow me, Fox. Where are you going?
The finest hours of the Second World
Get your hands away from those controls.
Dewey, cover those two in the corner.
Ron, the fleet will be here any minute.
Major German. The clock's running out, Major. Let's do it. Hey, demolition squad up. Start planning your truck. Security team. Disarm the prisoners. Get them up against that far wall. What happened to the droids? Can they follow us in?
I guess I stayed back at the edge of the forest. Han, if this shield isn't down when Lando and the others emerge from hyperspace, they'll be like targets in a shooting gallery.
Relax. We're gonna blow this place clear over the desk.
Hitler's apprehensions about the British intentions are not groundless. The English government refuses the American peace plan, and instead sets Operation Wilfred up in collusion with the French. Decidedly disregarding the neutrality, the British think about placing mines in the Norwegian territorial waters in order to sever the German air supply lines,
This is an ambush.
thus forcing their freight ships to sail in high waters.
This is a catastrophe.
This fact would make them an easy target for the British.
He wants to be loyal to the Rebel Alliance.
At At the same time, a task force of 4 infantry battalions, codenamed R4, is ready to attack and take over the strategic Norwegian river.
Solwing is slowly. Prepare for emergence from hyperspace.
Thinking they still have time, and the must unfinished war being over, the British war captain adjourns Operation Wilfred. Disregarding Churchill's strong objections. He thinks his government is leaving Norwegian and Swedes at the mercy of the Germans. On the 3rd, the Kriegsmarine issues the order for the first group of troop carriers to sail from Hamburg to Narvik.
Who are you guys?
Disguised as coal freighters, 10 destroyers head up north, sailing at great speed, 800 miles to their objective.
I get no reading, boss. Are you sure?
Craft, pull up and regroup.
This is Akbar.
On the 5th, the British sent a section of the fleet from Scapa Flow to place mines in Norwegian waters. While the Royal Navy ships are on their way to Norway, Admiralty headquarters receives from intelligence services some discrepant reports about German landings in the Norwegian coast.
I see it. The TIE fighters are attacking. The Star Destroyers are waiting for us.
The British military suspect the reports to be a true statement, for they don't think the Germans will risk a landing without previously taking control of waters surrounding the landing areas.
Everything is operational. Home won the Gold Leader.
We saw Gold Leader. All craft regroup
In
for
the
a
early
jungle
morning of the 8th,
We won't get another
a
chance at
second
that
wave
battle
of
station,
German
Admiral.
ships sails from several
We have no
harbors to
choice.
the
Our
coasts of
cruisers can't
Norway.
repel firepower of that magnitude.
Han will have that deflector shield down. We've got to give him more time. I'm on my way.
Come and see.
A strong gale makes it very difficult for the German ships to correctly steer their course to their
We shall
objectives.
have an excellent view of the battle.
You're not going to win it.
However, in the early morning of the 9th, the Kriegsmarine destroyers have already landed 10,000
but not
soldiers
soon
in strategic
enough to
spots
save
of the Norwegian coast.
Annihilation.
I think it is your powers that have brought us
Some
to this
Royal Navy ships are engaged in battle with a section of the 107 German ships posted off the Norwegian coast.
The dark side. Isn't that so,
Forced to
Lord?
retreat. The
As you
British lose
say.
destroyer HMS Europa.
Come here, boy. You will witness the
At the same
final
time,
destruction of the
RAF
Alliance.
planes try with hardly any success to check the German movements.
It can't end like this.
I see you looking to your eyes.
Something's wrong. I don't see anything.
Hate is
The
swearing
Kriegsmarine skill
in
decoding the messages about the British naval maneuvers makes a failure of any attempt to stop the Nazi invasion.
you. Take your Jedi.
That would be a real triumph, wouldn't it?
The dark
From
side
the
is
old
the
fortresses of
ultimate
the
power.
Alpha Fjord,
Look,
Norwegian
out
soldiers
there.
tried to
Your
resist
comrades
the
are
invasion.
being exterminated. Use your lightsaber, young Jedi.
They sink the cruiser with 1,500 men on board.
Strike
But the
me
Luftwaffe,
down.
the naval artillery,
Give in.
and the sabotage performed by the
No!
men
It is unavoidable. It is your destiny, young Skywalker. You, like your father, are now mine.
King Haakon and his government in the north of the country and settle.
Keep moving, you rebel trash. You there. Keep your hands
Same
behind your
day,
head.
the Charge d'Affaires of the German embassy in Copenhagen
Rebel prisoners,
delivers a
halt.
note to the Danish
Stay in
government
line and keep your hands
explaining the
raised.
Southwest Rebellion plan.
Gotta do something.
Yeah, well, a battalion of Imperial scout walkers could make that a problem.
At dawn,
Chewie,
Denmark has
you
been
okay?
taken by
Good, stay ready.
one armored divisions of the
Lando and
Buren
the fleet
Army.
are finished if we don't neutralize that shield generator.
We're not going to be helping them if we get ourselves mowed down by the
Attention
Imperials.
prisoners, you are going to be transported.
3PO and
Christian is left with no more than a
Where do those droids
possibility
come
of issuing a
from?
protest.
Get over there and take them into custody.
What's going on?
I don't know. Get set for anything.
Conscious of the situation and at the Germans' request, the government and the king decide to collaborate, not making any resistance in order to avoid useless losses. In return, Hitler allows the king to
They're springing an ambush.
You men there, hold the firing line.
We can't, sir. Our men are in the line of fire.
Chewie, take out the guards.
Watch out! Those Ewok arrows aren't choosing who they hit.
Leia, grab a blaster. Gotta get back inside that bunker.
The Ewoks are throwing boulders with catapults.
Yeah, either that or they got some mighty slow meteors around here. Try the bunker door. I'll see if I can spot Derlin.
The access code's been changed. We need R2's detail.
Try the convoy.
R2, where are you? We need you and 3PO at the bunker door right away.
The strike team's pinned down. Looks like it's up to us.
Leader, this is Red Leader. Repeat your last message.
Said closer, Wedge. Move as close as you can to those Star Destroyers and engage them at point-blank range.
At that distance, we won't last long against those dreadnoughts.
We'll last longer than we would against that Death Star. We might just take a few of them with us. All flights reboot. Close it up and stick with your wingman. Come on, old buddy. Let me down.
7 ships of all kinds make up the combined German task force and has attained all its objectives in one single day.
Agent Special K.
The Norwegian resistance under General Karl Skywalker has been sabotaged by the National Security colonists.
Your companions on the sanctuary.
What are you playing? You must know.
They made a failure
No
in the attempt for fighting the invasion.
young apprentice.
The battle's not over yet.
Good. I can feel your anger.
On the 13th, in a second naval clash
Oh, good luck with that.
the British sink 8
Take
German
up your
destroyers.
lightsaber. Strike me down with all your hatred.
But the German occupation forces have strengthened their positions and are now taking
Join
over
us,
the
Luke.
rest of the country.
And you must watch your friends perish. No! So the Jedi swings his lightsaber and it flies to his hand.
I won't let you kill them.
Yes, you will. It's beyond your control now, Luke.
I have to stop him.
You will fail. Precious feelings, boy. Let the hate flow.
Their aim is to recover Trondheim and Narvik.
Not working.
I won't do it.
Everyone has
Can't
taught
see
you
all the
well.
The
visuals.
attack on Trondheim is a failure.
Unwise to lower your defenses. Foolish boy! There isn't enough room in the galaxy for you to avoid your fate.
Your thoughts betray you, Father. I feel the good in you. The conflict.
There is no conflict. Come down from the catwalk.
You couldn't bring yourself to kill me before, and I don't believe you'll destroy me now.
Cut the catwalk out from under Invader. I would see the last of the Jedi. Lord,
There, now you can see it. Are you
you
happy?
underestimate the power of the dark side, Luke. You will not fight. Then you will meet
Yeah,
your
you do.
destiny.
You want to go?
Don't mean that, Father.
I mean that.
Want to get off to the head? No? Well, then say you're
To the
sorry.
dark side, Luke.
Never!
Go after him, Vader.
They Bennett,
Bring
please don't knock
him
me on
to
the head.
ground. I will bring him to you, my master.
I'll think about it. No comment.
Get that glass door open.
Now or never, R2.
That's so rude.
Stormtroopers. R2!
Lousy back shooter.
R2, you've been shot. Oh, R2, why did you have to be raised?
I guess I could apply a little Corellian overdrive, hotwire the door.
I'll cover you. How can those Ewoks hold their own against the Imperials?
It's their turf and their ambush makes all the difference.
Come on, Han. We're running out of time.
I got it. Here goes.
Wait, you blocked the outer shield in place over the blaster.
Ah, crummy Imperial equipment.
Oh, my stars, Princess Leia. She's been shot.
Where'd they get you, Leia?
Freeze, rebels!
Changing them for all
dear.
kid
Nobody move.
air.
I guess they got us.
Yeah,
I've still got my blaster. When I give the word, out of my way fast.
are having
I love
a rough
you.
day. appear to be. You're listening
Get on your feet.
here to remind
You
you
heard the man.
that you are significant.
Now!
Nice play, princess.
Just a little Corellian overdrive.
Look out! There's a scout walker closing in on us.
Don't shoot, we give up.
It stopped.
Well said. I never knew you could be so persuasive.
They're opening up the top turret.
Look, it's Chewie!
He's captured a scout walker.
Chewie, get down here! No, wait. I'm coming up there. I got an idea. Cover the bunker door with your guns.
Looks like Major Durland and the Ewoks are coming to help.
Fine, they can help us throw a little surprise party. Scout Walker 7, the shield control room. Come in.
This is the shield control room. What's your status on that?
Battle's over out here, Commander. The rebels are fleeing into the woods, but we need reinforcements.
Outstanding. I'll send 3 squads. I'm sealing the blast door now.
That's very, very accommodating of you, Commander.
This is a day that will long be remembered.
You got that right, pal.
Is ready to face new challenges.
Hold it! Nobody move!
Drop your weapons and place your hands above your heads.
Let's move it! We give up!
Major Durland, did you recover any demolition charges?
Yeah, plenty.
Get your teams busy.
We're on it, General.
The rebel fleet must be on the ropes by now.
Yeah, but in about 60 seconds, the real party's gonna start.
They still had no word from Master Cooper.
The experience of World War I did make the run into the Netherlands to settle their defense lines along expensive strings of strong
Jedi does not skulk in shadowy corners.
I will not fight you.
Give yourself to the dark side.
The French had built a Maginot Line stretching along the French-German border.
Yes, your thoughts betray you.
Then, along the
Feelings
Belgian
for
border to the
them are
Atlantic,
strong,
observation and defense
especially
posts were
for
established.
your sister.
The Belgians themselves had built the fortress of
So
Eben Amayan,
have a twin
reaching the
sister.
Albert Canal.
Your feelings have now
After many
betrayed
meetings and
her
months of honor,
too.
the OKW submits to Hitler
Obi-Wan was
the Yellow
wise
Flag
to hide her
a
from.
strategy for invading Western Europe.
Now his failure is
The essential
complete.
basis of this military
Not
onslaught is
turn to
World
the
War I
dark
Shrine
side,
plan.
then perhaps
This
your
is something the
sister
Allied governments
will.
Where are we starting this thing? That's like the end of it. The beginning of the story? How did that happen? Well, we ruined it now.
Cannot stop me!
I must stop you, Father!
Splendid! The son has struck off the father's hand, even as the father struck off the son.
Contended the attack was followed
Fate has made
the
you
Manstay Plan,
powerful,
supported by General Heinz Gutierrez's Blitzkrieg.
Fulfill your
Albeit risky, it would certainly stagger the Allies.
Come on,
The
man.
plan was founded on an attack in the north by von Bock's Group B in order to lure the Allied troops to this area. At the same time, General Rundstedt's Group A, with its
When you have auto glass damage, trust Safelite. This dad and daughter were driving when they got a crack in their windshield.
The units under Gunderin would march on to the north coasts of France towards Calais in order to assault the Allied lines in the rear. The Fuhrer is so enthused by this idea
What is
that
this?
he makes it his own.
No. That's not what I want.
On the 10th, at dawn, 136 German divisions strike into Belgium and the Netherlands. The German Army's Group A under von Rundstedt and von Bock's Group B are sent against fewer troops with poorer weapons.
Why is this
At
so
the
hard to
spearhead of the
find?
invasion, 2,500 planes of the Luftwaffe are destroying airfields and airplanes in the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, and France.
Kayla asked Jesse if he's okay.
The airborne onslaughts of General Student, performed by 15,000 paratroopers, head the attack on The Hague and Rotterdam. Another group of soldiers, using gliders, takes over the Belgian bridges on the Albert Canal and focuses on the assaults to the Ibn Amel fortress, protecting Liège. The German paratroopers take over the bridges in both countries to ensure the way for the armored divisions. The British and French are persuaded that the Germans will try to get to Paris from the north, as they did in World War I. For this reason, their armies, according to the Dial plan, cross the Belgian border and stop at the German defense. As expected, the Panzer divisions under the brilliant Major Ladarian take advantage of the Allied maneuver to speed forward and the south of Belgium, and soon reaching the north section of the Ardennes forest.
From the murderers to be thrown to the flames, finger but strangled thing, it's delivered by a trap. And slapped like a hill. What a charm of powerful trouble. When shall we three meet again in thunder?
The greatest gathering of German panzers ever seen crosses their Ardennes and the French border, reaching the river and seizing its bridges.
And what? That would be the set of sun. There to meet with
Chamberlain's lack of push is a source of strong debates in the House of Commons. The situation asks for a movement to government, but the Labour members refuse, as long as the current Prime Minister remains in charge. Conservative Labour members to appoint Winston Churchill and the responsible for the disaster in Calgary. Winston Churchill is also in charge of the Defense Department. In his first announcement, Churchill declares to his cabinet, "I can only promise blood, sweat, and tears."
Congress reports an amazing lineup, including the new 2024 Ford F-150 and Ford Super Duty, the 2024 North American Truck of the Year, and during Ford Truck Month.
by the breaking of my thumbs. Something wicked has been done.
So foul, unfair a day I have not seen.
After all, the death of God.
The Native and Strong Lifeline exists to help people who are having a rough day. We're here to be your listening ear.
Oh, hail, Macbeth! Hail to thee, Thane of Glamis!
What are these? That look not like the inhabitants of the earth and yet are not.
Speak if you can, what are you?
What did you do for your hate?
Hail! 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 Lesser than Macbeth and greater, not
that look not like the inhabitants of the earth and yet are on. Speak of your Karen, what are you? What is you do?
Hail to thee, Thane of Cawdor! All hail, Macbeth! Thou shalt be king hereafter!
If you can look into the seeds of time and say which grain will grow and which will not, speak then to me, who neither beg nor fear your favors.
Jesse, I want to be really loud. The most recent move was to switch to Resident Evil on PlayStation 1. I guess if it's the only sound right now, I should turn up the volume a little.
Alpha Team is flying around the forest zone situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we're searching for the helicopter of our compatriots Bravo Team, who disappeared during the middle of our mission.
No, I haven't found it yet.
Bizarre murder cases have recently occurred in Raccoon City. There are outlandish reports of families being attacked by a group of about 10 people. Victims were apparently eaten. Bravo team went to the hideout of the group and disappeared.
Look, Chris!
It was Bravo team's helicopter. Nobody was in it.
Are you okay, Kayla?
But strangely, most of the equipment was still there. However, we soon discovered why.
Hey! Come here!
And I never felt like that before. I know it's the truth. Owe it all to you, but
Jill, run for that house!
Chris Redfield. Jill Valentine. Barry Burton.
You're Barry Burton.
Rebecca
Got like
Chambers.
7 Barry Burtons in his
Albert Wesker. Resident Evil.
I'm dying.
What is this?
Wow, what a mansion!
Captain Wesker, where's Chris?
Stop it! Don't open that door!
But Chris is...
What is it?
Maybe it's Chris. Now, Jill, can you go?
I'm going with you. Chris is our old partner, you know.
Okay, let me handle this. Stay alert!
Stay alert. Yeah. I don't have to take this, Kayla. I don't have to put up for this nonsense. You want to go?
A dining room.
Oh, no. What? To Jupiter.
What?
You're pretty funny.
What is this?
What is it?
Blood. Jill, see if you can find any other clues. I'll be examining this. Hope this is not Chris's blood.
Barry?
What is it?
Watch out! It's a monster!
Let me take care of this. What is it?
Kenneth was killed too. Maybe by this creature. Anyway, let's report this to Wesker.
WRVR.
Countdown for blast off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of a future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company presents X minus 1. Crime Difference. But first, hear this.
This is Bill Goodwin. You know, someone once said humor is the true democracy. And that's why we Americans can smile when we tell the stories of the legendary heroes who helped to build our country's great institutions and industries, like transcontinental transportation. Ever hear of Windwagon Smith? Well, in the early pioneering days, most of the traveling was done by ox team, and if folks covered 15 miles a day, they were doing good. That's about the time Windwagon Smith showed up with his Prairie Clipper. The Clipper was a wagon without any animals to pull it, but with a sail sticking up from the middle of the wagon. When the wind caught the sail, the wagon took off, and that's where Windwagon Smith got his name. He figured he might be able to cover as much as 7...
And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma Wines present... Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Robert Taylor in The House in Cypress Canyon, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spears.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those better-tasting California wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wine. for friendly entertaining, for delightful dining. Yes, right now, a glassful would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you Robert Taylor, star of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Undercurrent, in a remarkable tale of
suspense.
Merry Christmas, Jerry. How's the real estate business?
Kind of early with your greeting, aren't you, Sam?
Well, I gotta get them in sometime. I may not see you again until next Christmas.
If the real estate racket gets any crazy, I'll be dead by next Christmas. I'm glad you could get up here, though, Sam.
What's on your mind, Jerry?
You'll probably shoot me when you hear it, Sam, because I'm probably nuts. But doggone it, you're a detective and you're my pal, and I just had to tell somebody.
Sounds like it's serious.
I don't know what it is, Sam. Now listen, you know we're agents for a group of houses up in Cypress Canyon. When we just started before the war never got finished. All I got in was a foundation, concrete, and a couple of beams. Well, they've been finished now. For rent on the last one of the day.
What do you want? Police protection from the mob?
Listen, Sam, this house that I'm talking about, it's got a number now, 2256. Before, when the men went back to work months ago, well, they just started, and the foreman on the job brought me a shoebox that he found up on a beam. And this box had what do you call it, a manuscript in it, a story kind of, all written out. Well, he gave me the thing. I read it. I didn't think much about it. I put it on my desk. The other day, when I happened to drive by there, I saw the number on the house and what the house looked like. I thought of this manuscript. Well, I don't like it. That's all. There's something funny about it.
What's funny?
Well, mind you, this thing was found in an unfinished house in Cypress Canyon. House that was only just started building.
All right.
Well, listen, Sam, I want to read it to you if you got the time, and you'll see what I mean.
All right, shoot.
Well, here's how it begins. To whom it may concern, my reasons for setting down on paper what follows here will be abundantly
What follows
clear.
here will be abundantly clear to anyone into whose possession it may fall. First, let me say that I'm a very ordinary person. My name is James A. Woods. I'm 35 years old. By profession, a chemical engineer. My wife, Ellen, was a school teacher when I met and married her in Indiana 7 years ago. There's nothing in the past life of either one of us to suggest remotely any cause or reason for the dreadful thing that has invaded our lives. Our married life has been in no way different from that of millions of other average, reasonably happy, and congenial families. 3 months ago, I was ordered by my firm to take charge of a rather minor project in Los Angeles, Hollywood, to be exact. The order was a sudden one. There'd been no time to secure accommodations, and conditions being what they are, the inevitable result was that until day before yesterday, we'd been living in the cramped quarters of one of those characteristic California motels. Needless to say, most of our spare time had been devoted to a search for something more permanent and comfortable, but the fruits of these efforts had been, financially and in every other way, a geometrical progression of discouragement. Until last Saturday afternoon, only 4 days before Christmas. We were driving into town on our way to a movie when Ellen saw it.
Jim, look.
What?
That sign in front of that real estate office.
Oh, no.
Well, don't you see what it says? For rent, furnished, 2-bedroom house, close in, immediate occupancy.
Yeah.
Aren't you going to stop?
Oh, Ellen, you know what a sign like that. It'd mean right out in plain sight in front of a real estate office.
Oh, yeah, but Jim.
Whether they want $600 a month.
We'll never know until we
If it's
ask.
any good at all, there are probably 50 people fighting for it right back there now.
Honey, there's no harm in trying, now, is there?
You really want to go back?
Oh, it's probably foolish, but what can we lose?
Okay.
Oh, darling, come on, cheer up. How do you know? Maybe our luck's changed. Maybe fate's gonna give us a nice new house for a Christmas present.
We're sorry to bother you, but we just happened to see that for rent sign outside.
Oh,
and,
yeah, I hung it outside just this minute.
Is the house available?
Why, sure it is.
Let me introduce myself. My name is James A. Woods, and this is my wife, Ellen.
How to do? Wow. Looks like it's fixing to rain.
Yes, so it does, doesn't it? Well, Well, it was one of those things. The real estate agent had just been authorized to rent the place by mail that morning, and he'd hardly had time to look at it himself and put up his sign when we drove up. It was just an ordinary little California house about halfway up Cypress Canyon, number 2256. Just an ordinary, undistinguished little house. The agent didn't know much about it. Construction on it had been stopped by the war, and it had just been completed and furnished lately. It had been vacant while somebody's estate was being settled, and now it was owned by a bank in Sacramento. Of course, we didn't.
We got this key in the mail along with the authorization to rent. Only one there is, because you can have duplicates made. Seems to stick a little. Oh, no, there it is.
Doesn't sound as though that door had ever been opened.
Well, a little oil on the hinges will fix that up.
Oh, sure.
Now, here's your living room. Furniture's a little dusty, of course. You gotta expect that. Good furniture, though, you see? Benson Brothers.
Yes,
Now, over here's a little den. Panel, you see? Radio, fireplace. Really a very attractive little room, particularly for a man.
Uh-huh, yep.
Now, the bedroom's off the living room. Everything's all on one floor. It's quite nice. You can see you get the morning sun here. There's a view of the canyon from the window.
That's about all there was to it. It wasn't the best place in the world. It was small and badly built, but the view of that. We took it with as little inspection as that. It was the Saturday before Christmas. And the very same evening, we were struggling up the steps from the road with suitcases and boxes and armloads of clothes and all the endless bric-a-brac that people collect and never know they have until they move. Ellen began unpacking, and I began moving things around and taking the worst of the pictures off the wall, doing all the little things that everybody does when they move into a new place and try to give it something to
sourpuss. You know, it's a roof over our heads for Christmas. That's more than we ever thought we'd get, isn't it? Now, what in the world are we going to do with those two pictures?
Why don't we just leave them where they are?
Jim, we can't. They're too awful.
Oh, all right, put them in the closet then.
I can't. Both the closets are jammed full.
No, I mean the other one in the little alcove off the den. At least there's a door there. I suppose it's a closet.
That isn't a commentary on the housing problem, huh? A woman moving into a house without even knowing where all the closets are. Take the pictures down, will you, honey?
Okay.
Guess you'll have to help me with this door. Can't get it open.
Let me see. Of course you can't, silly. It's locked. Where are those keys we found on the desk?
Here they are.
Nope. Not this one. Sure, this one won't work. Nope. Feels like an awful solid door for a closet.
Oh, and that's one solid door in the house.
Nope, this one won't do it either. Well, we'll just have to get a locksmith up here on Monday. I'll put the pictures behind the desk, okay?
Yeah, all right. Jim, if you could just help me move this armchair, huh?
Oh, Ellen, will you let it go until tomorrow? You know what time it is?
Oh, but, honey, I'd like to get the place looking just a
Yeah,
little
but it's
bit...
almost midnight. In fact, it's exactly...
What was that?
Tomcat, I guess, out in the brush somewhere.
Sounded near. Oh, hope that doesn't go on all night.
There's much we can do about it. Come on, Ellen, I'm dead tired.
All right, Jim.
Where'd you put the toothpaste, honey?
It's right in the medicine cabinet.
Oh, yeah.
Jim, we ought to get some firewood tomorrow. You know, a fire in that living room would make all the difference in the world.
Can't. Sunday.
Well, Monday then. Jim, I think red curtains are what we need, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
No, just at least for the living room. Anyway, the ones in there now have just got to come down.
Yeah, I suppose they do.
What do you think of red?
Well, I guess it's all...
Jim.
Some tomcat.
Jim, it sounded in the house.
Now, how could it be in the house, Ellen? We've been over every inch of the house.
Except the closet.
Now, how could a cat or anything else be in a closet that's been locked up for over a year?
I don't know.
It's probably under the house. A wildcat or mountain lion or something. I hear they have them in California.
Jim, I don't like
Well,
it.
neither do I like it, but there's nothing we can do about it tonight.
Oh, maybe we ought to call somebody, the police or some
don't
neighbor.
be silly, Ellen. You act like a kid. Come on, let's go to bed, huh?
All right, I suppose it is silly. Jimmy, did you lock the door?
Yeah. Can I turn out the lights now?
Yeah. All right.
Good night, Ellen. Sleep tight.
Good night, Jim.
I don't know what time it was, perhaps an hour, perhaps only a half hour later. But my mind was in that hazy borderland between sleep and a dream that's still part of consciousness. Then I was awake. Ellen, are you all right?
Yes.
Did you have a nightmare or something?
No. I heard it too.
Well, that didn't sound like any cat.
Put on the light.
Yeah.
It seemed to be out there, Jim, in the house somewhere.
I'm going to look into this.
Jim, you be careful.
Come on. Where's my shotgun?
In the den, I think. Jim.
What?
There's something wet.
What? Wet?
Running from under the closet door. Sticky.
Hey, Ellen, don't touch it.
I had to. Jim, it's blood.
For suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Robert Taylor in the house in Cypress Canyon. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Ken Niles for Roma Wines. These days before Christmas are busy ones indeed, yet smart hostesses everywhere find time for shopping and distinguished home entertaining later. The secret? Magnificent Grand Estate wines. Presented by Roma, America's greatest vintner, Grand Estate wines add distinction to your hospitality on a moment's notice. Make your holiday welcome, effortless, and in perfect taste. The brilliant clarity, full fragrance, and mellow taste of Grand Estate wines please discriminating people everywhere. For Grand Estate wines, limited bottlings by Roma, are born of choicest grapes, then patiently guided to superb taste richness by Roma vintner skill, necessary time, and America's finest winemaking resources. Delight your guests with Grand Estate California wines. For entertaining, medium sherry, ruby port, or golden muscatel. For dining, Burgundy or Sauterne. So insist on Grand Estate wines and enjoy the crowning achievement of vintner skill.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Robert Taylor as James A. Woods, with Kathy Lewis as his wife Ellen, in the house in Cypress Canyon. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It cannot be too difficult to understand from the foregoing why I've taken the pains to set down in writing the events related here. To find in one's newly rented house a closet which cannot be opened is in itself certainly no great cause for alarm. But to be awakened in the stillness of the night by unearthly cries within that house, to find oozing from under that closet door something that is unquestionably blood, that's another matter. Perhaps others might have been braver than we. Suffice it only to say that we got out of the house in something very close to a panic, and only returned when we had the moral support of two stalwart Los Angeles policemen.
You just moved in here, you say?
That's right, officer. You can see we're still unpacking.
And the place has been empty right along before that?
Yeah, I don't know much about that part of it. You could check all that with the real estate agent, though.
Well, where is this closet?
Oh, it's right in here, officer. And the blood is...
Where? Where's the blood?
Officer, I swear to you, there was blood on the floor less than an hour ago. I saw it. It was running out from under that door. We heard that noise, and we got up, and then we saw it. The door was locked.
Locked, huh? Well, it seems to be all right now.
Hey, you folks aren't trying to be funny, are you?
Isn't there anything in it?
No, ma'am, there is not.
Look, officer, we're reputable people. You can call my firm. They'll tell you all about me.
There's nothing wrong with this closet. Walls are solid. No trapdoors.
If you think I'm lying...
I didn't say that, mister. Oh, you probably did hear some sort of a noise, and you got a little panicky, and,
What about the blood? It got on my hand.
It isn't there now, is it?
Yes.
Where?
I feel it.
Now, you folks just take it easy. You know, you're liable to hear all kinds of noises up in these canyons at night. You're from the East, you say?
Yeah. I'm sorry, officer.
Ah, that's all right. That's all right. If you have any real trouble, call on us anytime.
All right.
Well, good night.
Good night.
Good night. Hey, you ought to have this door fixed. That's enough to scare you.
Yeah, we're going to have it fixed. We didn't say much about it after that. There wasn't much that could be said. The next day, I went down to a lot and bought a little Christmas tree and some trimmings, and we tried to pretend we were cheerful, but there was an uneasiness between us that had never been there before. Ellen seemed
I
tired
don't
and
know, I
listless.
haven't talked to you in days.
Several times during the day, I noticed her washing her hands with a brush, scrubbing the one that had touched the blood. That night, we each took a sleeping pill and went to bed. It was sometime after midnight when I was suddenly wide awake and staring into the darkness. In some way, I knew at once and instinctively what had awakened me. Ellen was not in her bed nor in the room. The nameless thing I feared gripped at my heart until I could scarcely breathe. I opened the bedroom door and started through the house, putting on every light that I could find. There was not much to search, but I searched thoroughly. The living room, the kitchen, bathroom, den, even the garage. And all the time, the dread of looking where I knew at last I must look. For I think I knew from the very first time where I'd find her. It must have been a full minute that I stood before that closet door. Then, I opened it. She stood there rigid, her arms at her sides, the fingers extended like claws. Her hair was over her face, her eyes stared out of it. Her lips were drawn back in a grin like an animal at bay. For a moment, I was frozen with the horror of it. I stretched out my hand. Very deliberately, she turned her head and sunk her teeth until they met into the flesh of my forearm. I'd raised my hand to strike at her, but already she'd relaxed her hold and gone utterly limp. She would have fallen unless I'd caught her. I carried her into the bedroom and laid her on the bed. Strangely, at that moment, my only thought was how I might revive her. Until I saw that it was not a faint, but a sleep that she'd fallen into. Sleep as deep and heavy as though she'd been drugged. And so I left her. But for me, that night, there was no sleep.
Jim?
Yes, Ellen?
What are you doing up so early?
Oh, I got a little restless. Make some coffee.
Oh, I had the most wonderful sleep. And I feel so rested.
Do you?
Mm-hmm. Jim,
What?
what's the matter with your arm?
Oh, I just heard it.
Well, honey, it's terribly swollen. Let me see it.
No, it's all right, Ellen.
Oh, it isn't all right. You've got to see Dr. Wesley right away.
Sure, I will.
No,
I
now
will.
you promised me, Jim, that you'll go the first thing this morning. How'd it happen?
Why, there was a dog.
A dog?
Yeah, I heard him trying to chew through the screen door. I went out to chase him away, and he bit me.
Well, you mean there's all that racket and I didn't even wake up?
No, Ellen, you didn't even wake up. It was clear to me that Ellen knew nothing of what had transpired the night before. I went to my office that morning and made a pretense of going over routine business, if only to restore my mind to some semblance of calm by the sight and sound of common, familiar things. Pain in my arm had become a persistent, dull throbbing. I made a late appointment with Dr. Wesley. He treated my arm with something of an arched eyebrow, and he said,
Well, I've never seen anything quite like it before. That is such a rapid onset of infection.
It was dark when I left his office. I hadn't realized it was so late. Driving home, my car seemed sluggish until I saw the needle on the dashboard and realized that I was pushing it to the utmost of its speed. I was racing home to prevent something before it was too late, before the darkness had conspired against me. Somehow I already knew with certainty that it was the darkness and the night that I had to fear. The curves of the canyon seemed endless. And then the cold fear leaped up inside me. My house, too, was dark. I went slowly up the stone steps from the road, looking, praying for some sign of light or life. There was none. The house was empty. Ellen was gone. I looked with the same self-torturing thoroughness, and in that closet first of all, knowing as I did so that it was hopeless. And so, alone in that empty house, I waited, powerless and helpless now, deadened in thought and will, empty as the house itself, save only for the overwhelming sense of a terrible foreboding. It was sometime in the early hours of the morning, I snapped on the radio, shortwave. Why, surely a minor question now. I only know that I did. And then I heard it.
Car 58, car 58, go to Laurel Canyon, the 4000 block. A report that a man has been injured or attacked. Condition thought to be critical. Ambulance will follow. That is all.
I was there almost before the police, edging my way through the little crowd, staring down at the man lying there in his white uniform under the streetlight.
Yeah, the milkman, poor guy.
I heard him scream, but when I got here, he was just like this. There's nothing
All right,
around it.
stand back, stand back. Please, please stand back.
Well, you again.
I heard it on the radio. I lived just down the road.
Yeah, I remember.
What happened?
Well, take a look. Maybe you can tell us.
He was dead. He was lying on his back, and his throat had been torn out, as though by the fangs of some wild animal. It is now Christmas Eve, or rather Christmas morning, for it's a little after midnight. I've been waiting here in the stillness of this empty house for nearly 24 hours, waiting for the end. Already once tonight, I've heard that dreadful wailing cry somewhere in the hills. I've nailed up the closet door, but that I know was childish and useless. My arm is horribly swollen and turning black, but that's nothing. It's another end that I foresee, as surely as other men foresee the rising of the sun. I hear the cry again. It's nearer now. I shall leave these notes in a sealed envelope and put it in a shoebox, in the hope that someone will give credence to these dark and terrible events, if indeed such nameless horrors can ever yield to mortal understanding. As for myself, I feel no longer any fear or even sorrow, only a desire that the end and the thing that I must do may come soon. And it will be soon, I know. Yes, for there is someone at the door.
At the door. Huh. What do you make of it, Sam?
It's quite a yarn. But what of it?
That's what I thought. Now listen, that's not quite all. Clip to it's a newspaper clip. Listen. Hollywood, December the 26th. Police reported what was apparently a case of murder and suicide in Cypress Canyon sometime in the early hours of the morning. The victims were James A. Woods, a chemical engineer, and his wife, Ellen. Preliminary investigation indicates that Mrs. Woods was killed by the blast of a shotgun in the hands of her husband, who then turned the weapon upon himself. That she fought desperately for her life, however, was evidenced by the disorder of the room and the severe lacerations inflicted upon her husband about the neck and arms. This is the second tragedy to be reported in Cypress Canyon within 24 hours, the other being the unexplained death of Frank Polanski, a milkman.
Well, no such murders or whatever they were ever occurred, if that's what's worrying you. Clipping. Those things printed up, you know.
Oh, no, it's not that, Sam. That story was found in an unfinished house in Cypress Canyon. No number, no nothing, just a framework. Now that house is finished. When I drove by it today, well, that's what stopped me, Sam, because it all fits. Now that it's finished, it is the house in the story, the same construction, the same vines and creepers on the lawn, even the same number.
So what, a guy who knows roughly what this house is going to be like writes a yarn and loses it or something?
Did he know the place was going to be listed for rental today, the Saturday before Christmas?
Jerry, coincidence. Two bits you find the guy next door is a ghost story writer or something, and he's been wondering for a year what happened to that thing he wrote.
Okay, coincidence. Well, I'm sorry I bothered you, Sam.
Don't be silly. I liked it. It's a good yarn. That the for rent sign you were talking about?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to put it up outside now.
Well, so long, Jerry, and Merry Christmas again.
Yeah, well, thanks, Sam. I guess I was kind of silly, all right.
Listen, when a guy named, whatever it is, Woods, with a wife named Ellen comes in to rent that place from you, then you can start worrying.
Yeah. Well, so long, Sam.
So long, Jerry.
Come in.
Oh, we're sorry to bother you, but we just happened to see that for rent sign outside.
Yeah, I hung it out just this minute.
Is the house available?
Well, sure it is.
Let me introduce myself. My name is James A. Woods, and this is my wife, Ellen.
How'll do. Wow. Looks like it's fixing to...
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, selected for your pleasure from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines. Tonight's show marks the third birthday of Suspense on the air, and this is Ken Niles asking our star of the evening, Robert Taylor, to help us celebrate.
Why didn't you tell me before, Ken? If I'd only known, I'd have baked a cake.
Well, Bob, all Suspense parties are surprise parties. As an old hand on Suspense, you know that in our plays, the tables are usually turned on the star. So tonight, although it's our birthday, we're going to give you a present. Here it is, a gift basket of Grand Estate California wines from Roma, America's greatest vintner, to our distinguished anniversary guest, Robert Taylor.
Thanks, Ken. You turn a nice table.
And you can set a nice table with Grand Estate Burgundy in your basket, Bob. For Grand Estate Burgundy means rare dining pleasure, adds memorable distinction to holiday dinner. Even everyday meals are outstanding in taste when Grand Estate Burgundy is served. Yes, all Grand Estate wines presented by Roma are limited bottlings of outstanding taste excellence.
That I know about Grand Estate wines, Ken.
But did you know that for Grand Estate wines, Roma selects only the choicest grapes? Then the ancient skill of Roma master vintners, necessary time, and America's finest winemaking resources guide the cuvée of this grape treasure to rich taste luxury. That's why discriminating wine users everywhere look to Grand Estate wines as the crowning achievement of vintner skill.
Reason enough. And now, Ken, who's all set to star on Suspense next Thursday?
It's that very wonderful actress and wonderful girl, Miss Susan Peters. Susan will appear as a young lady in straitened circumstances who finds herself mistaken for a very rich young lady and who is forced into continuing the deception with murder as a result.
I'll certainly make it a point to listen. And before I go, I'd like to thank this really great company of actors who have played with me tonight, and particularly Kathy Lewis, who played Ellen.
Thank you, Bob.
Tonight's original suspense play was written by Robert L. Richards. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Miss Susan Peters as star of Suspense.
Produced by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
I'm not home. It's the middle of the night and I'm asleep. I'm in Schenectady, sitting up with a sick aunt.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you Simon Templar?
Well, come in and we'll compare Social Security cards.
Thank you. I thought you were in Schenectady.
Never heard of the place.
Sitting up with a sick aunt.
She recovered suddenly.
Simon, I need help. Desperately.
Why?
Because I'm dead.
You're what?
Dead.
Oh, well, of course, some of my best friends.
Simon, my name is Frances Blake. Here, read this.
Read?
That little item down in the corner, under obituaries.
Obituaries? This is the body of Frances Blake. He's at the Restwell Chapel. Burial at noon tomorrow.
You see, the newspapers say that I'm dead.
Yeah, but I don't know whether to believe them or not. You are Frances Blake?
Oh, of course I am.
Come here a moment.
All right.
Thank you. Now...
Simon, what are you... Ow!
I beg your pardon.
You pinched me.
Yes?
But...
Well, I had to make sure I wasn't dreaming.
But you're supposed to pinch yourself if you think you're dreaming.
I know, but this way was more fun. Also, I never heard a corpse say ouch before. Therefore, you're not dead.
And I already knew that.
I did. Now that that's settled, I think perhaps we ought to go visit.
Visit whom?
Your corpse. Taxi! Taxi!
Hey, a nice rain of bright.
Never mind, Louis.
Oh, Mr. Templar, had I have known it was you, I wouldn't have bothered with the whimsy.
Had I known it was you, I just wouldn't have bothered. However, Francis...
Thanks.
Louis should perhaps be explained. He's a cab driver I try to avoid. I rarely succeed. Which proves to me that my life isn't all that it should be.
Keep it clean. And where at this hour of the night are you going?
The Restwell Chapel.
Get another cab.
Louis.
Okay. Some sport. Takes a girl to see a funeral parlor in the middle of the night.
I'm merely taking her home.
She lives in a funeral parlor?
She's dead in a funeral parlor.
Who's dead?
Miss Blake.
Huh?
Me.
Excuse me, but
Louis, don't take your hands off the wheel. I already did.
Yes, so?
She said ouch.
Personally, I would like to find out for myself, but if you say so...
I do.
I'll take your word for it. Only how are you going to explain to the funeral parlor her riding around in cabs with you?
Simple. I am apparently the kind of a man a girl wouldn't mind being seen dead with.
Restwell Chapel at your service.
Louis.
I know. Wait. But I'm telling you one thing, considering the type of company you're keeping. I ain't waiting till nobody plays no hot licks on the trumpets.
I don't think you'll have to. Come along, Francis.
All right. I've been trying to pretend to myself that it's all some kind of a joke, but that funeral parlor looks too real.
We'll find out soon enough. One nice thing about funeral parlors, they're always open.
That you call nice?
You have a point there. Ooh, listen to that doorbell. Chopin, at least. I beg your pardon?
I said,
Come in, Francis.
This is an hour that comes to all.
Except in states that don't have daylight saving.
I, sir, was referring to your bereavement. Whom are you mourning?
We would like to look at Frances Blake.
The hour is late, but grief knows no clock.
Good heavens, an epigram.
We try, sir. If you'll follow me.
Thank you.
I don't need a weapon.
Here we are. And there she is. Beautiful, isn't she?
Very.
Simon, she does look like me.
A little bit, but hardly enough to explain. How did she get here, Miss Brayton?
The, police brought her.
Oh, I see. Who identified her?
Well, that was hardly necessary. Her coat over there in the corner.
Simon.
Wait a minute, Francis.
Interesting. Thank
What about her coat?
It had her name on the label. Now I shall withdraw. You'll want to be alone with your grief.
All right, but make a sound withdrawing, please. So we'll know you're withdrawing.
Really, sir, it's no use jesting. The dead never laugh.
Well, he's withdrawn.
Simon, that's my coat. It is mine, Simon, but look.
It might be harder if I don't go pick up a weapon.
Bullet hole.
The girl here, whoever she is, was murdered. Come on, we better get out.
All right, but I'm taking my coat.
I don't think...
It's mine, not hers. It belongs to me, even though she was murdered.
Why did I have to go explore and find a weapon? Why don't they just like them?
Simon, what was that girl doing with my coat?
Wearing it when she was shot, presumably. There's another question, perhaps a more important one. Why was she shot in the first place?
I suppose she had enemies.
Have you?
Back again?
Yeah, we're back again. Francis.
Oh, thank you.
The little lady lost her place?
Francis, where do you live?
The Thornton Towers.
Louis.
I heard.
So confused.
Simon, back there. Why did you ask if I had any
There was a
enemies?
key to get in here, and there's nothing.
It's a very colorful flag.
Yes, the girl back at the funeral parlor was murdered while wearing it. The question comes to, was her wearing the coat when she was killed merely a coincidence, or was she killed because her murderer thought she was, you? Here you are, Louis, and...
I know. Don't wait. On account of your sitting up with a dead friend.
Good night, Louis.
Good night.
Good night, folks.
Oh, Simon, it's so good to be back home. My apartment's down the corridor. Simon, I feel terrible.
Oh, you needn't.
But what you said in the cab. She was wearing my coat, a very distinctive one. And then she was shot to death. That girl is dead because of me.
No, we don't really know that.
Well, it must be so. Somebody thought she was me and killed her.
That's possible.
Then that means that somebody wants to kill me.
Is this your door?
Oh, yes.
Of course, it's also possible that someone didn't like the coat and, hey, did you leave your lights on when you left?
No.
There's a light in the room ahead.
Well, that's the living room.
You stay here in the hall. I'll go ahead and see who it is.
But
I just want to make sure they're neutral on the subject of plaid coats. Or you. Shh.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Ah, how she was beautiful. Your wife.
My what?
Your wife. It's her picture on the desk there, no?
Well, that does seem to be a picture of Francis.
And your name, she is...
My name's Simon.
Ah, it is a name that sings herself with the soul, no?
No.
I knew that tonight of all nights you would be lonely.
Believe me, I'm not lonely.
I am here. Oh, your wife, she must have been a wonderful woman.
She,
Your life with her was the magnificent symphony, no?
Chamber music would probably be more accurate if you...
And now that she is alas gone, I am here.
Okay. So now that
Not
I have
even
a
a pause
stick,
for station
you have more
identification.
access.
Look, who are you?
I am Olga. Simon, Who is she?
Olga.
If I hit
Who
like
is
one
she?
or two more roadblocks,
And now that you two have met...
Waiting a moment, huh?
Like
Aha.
what's that matter?
I look on the picture. I look on the flash.
The what?
The flash. Of which I might adding, your wife is perhaps
I did.
carrying a little too much here
I think this
and
is a
there,
loop of pain.
especially there.
Oh,
Now,
my
just a minute.
Mustn't point out the bad manners.
But I am seeing your wife. She is not dead.
She isn't. That is, Frances isn't. If you like, you could try pinching her.
I never pinch, except boys. Simon, you are disappointing me. Goodbye.
Well, that was quite a performance.
Personally, I didn't care for her cadenza.
Oh, I don't know. It was a nice cadenza, and the tutti was definitely fruity. Francis, the whole thing was camouflage.
I got all the treasure
Take a
I
look at
need
the
in the
room.
game.
The room? Oh,
Yes, it looks as if a junior hurricane had visited it.
you mean somebody, Olga searched the room?
Uh-huh. This one and, yeah, the bedroom as well.
But, Simon, what was she looking for?
I don't know. Whatever it
Obviously,
was, she didn't find it. Our entrance stopped her search.
Well, I'd better start straightening things up a bit.
It's a good idea. I'll help you.
Well, shouldn't you be going home?
Oh, I don't think so. You may get some more visitors later on and rougher ones than Olga.
Why?
Well, maybe they'll tell us if we ask them prettily. In the meanwhile,
Yes, Simon.
we can practice the overture to that symphony Olga mentioned.
Simon,
Yes.
it's getting awfully late.
Yes, I know.
We really can't sit up all night waiting for someone to come. We don't even know for sure that someone will.
Olga got into this apartment, and someone else did before her.
Someone else?
Of course. Your coat was stolen, wasn't it?
Well, I suppose, but not from the apartment, Simon.
Not from... Where was it stolen from?
I can't be sure, of course, but I gave that coat to the cleaning shop down the block about a week ago.
Cleaning shop?
Mm-hmm.
What's the name of it?
The Carter Cleaners. Why?
Because evidently
up
it
there to
started
hit
out
the
from there to
tuning
wind
fork.
up on a murdered girl's body. Therefore, come on.
We're gonna...
Yes, believe it or not, I'm taking you to the cleaners.
Hey!
What? Oh, Louis, I thought I told you not to wait.
This is a free country?
Yes,
There's a
but...
parking limit on this here curb, maybe?
No, but...
I waited.
But we're only going down the block a little bit.
You can't afford a quarter?
I like to walk.
What do you get from walking?
Exercise?
Uh-huh, and from exercise, an enlarged heart. From an enlarged heart, you know how many people each year drop dead?
Add them up. We're walking. Come on, Francis.
Hello?
Simon, you're worried.
Moderately. About all those people with enlarged
dare you.
hearts. This is the place, huh?
Yes.
Front door's shut, but there's a light inside.
Okay.
Let's try. It's locked. However,
I think someone's coming.
recognize him?
Yes, that's Mr. Maxon, the manager.
Okay.
Oh, what do you want?
Oh,
do you mind if we
that
come
means
in?
we can hang out for a
Look,
minute.
it may have escaped your attention, but it happens to be after 2 o'clock in
If
the
it's
morning.
going to go off in a minute
Why do you
anyway,
want to
then I
come
can
into the rain?
just
It's not
completely
raining.
annoy
But
you.
suppose it's
Get away
not.
with
I
it.
happen to be a very tired man.
You should go home earlier.
I shouldn't be bothered by drunks.
I'm not drunk. We've stopped by for Miss Blake's coat.
Coat?
The plaid.
As I may have mentioned before, we are not open for business.
Then what are you doing here?
I am crazy about carbon tetrachloride fumes.
I'd still like the coat.
Oh? Then please do stop by in the morning.
Simon, why did you...
I wanted to find out if the cleaning store knew the plaid coat was gone.
But we didn't find out, did we?
No, nevertheless, we've worried Mr. Maxon. Thank heaven Louie's handy. Hey, Louie! Louie!
You give up, huh?
Yeah. Into the cab, Francis.
All right.
Well, name your destination, Mr. Templar.
A very long trip.
Yeah?
Drive to the back of the cleaning store. You'll probably have to go around the block. That alley must lead there.
Okay.
But, Simon, why are we going to the back of the store? Because we're going in?
No, because I suspect Mr. Maxim is going out.
All this here is maybe none of my business.
It isn't.
Oh, you know, a remark like that could easily hurt a fella's feelings.
I'm sorry.
No, it didn't hurt mine.
I'm sorry still.
But you're not spending this PM in the way a PM should be spent.
Nonsense. So far, it's all been good, clean fun.
That's what I mean.
Simon, Mr. Maxon hasn't come out of his store yet.
No, he may be coy, however.
But why should he have anything to do with anything?
He shouldn't, but it's very possible that...
Simon.
Yeah, Mr. Maxon is shutting up shop. Coming down the back alley, which concerns something or other.
You mean if he weren't hiding something, he wouldn't use the back way?
Perhaps we're far enough away from the alley for him not to notice. Look, he's turning the corner.
Good from
Louis,
far
I'm
and
alert.
far
Not
from
for nothing
good.
was I a Boy Scout. Although actually, what I was a Boy Scout for was a certain Girl Scout.
Hold it a minute. He's getting into that.
He's a villain. That's a convertible. Everybody knows only villains ride around in convertibles.
He started. Louis.
Here we go.
Hey, look. Maxon's stopping.
Yeah, I better stop right here, huh?
Uh-huh.
Simon, he's going into that nightclub.
Interesting place for a store manager to finish his evening's work. Let's go, Francis.
Leave me know how the floor show is.
I'll be sure to.
Barker's Bandbox. I've heard of the club.
Yeah, and I've heard of Barker. Nothing complimentary either. Well, here it is, and in we go. Dark, crowded, and needs ventilation. The floor show? Emphasis on show.
Simon and Mr. Maxon's over there.
Yeah, ducking out of the door near the piano. Let's follow in his shifty footsteps, huh?
Gee, I hope nobody notices it.
With what's going on, or rather coming off, I don't think so.
Oh, it's so dark in this hallway.
Yeah, listen.
I can't hear what they're saying.
We can get a little closer.
Simon.
Now, wait a minute, Barker. I've been waiting long enough. Where are the stones? I told you, the girl disappeared.
I know what you told me. Don't give me the stones. Now, suppose you tell me where the stones are.
I don't know where they are.
Stones.
Yeah, Barker's got quite a reputation as a crook of various kinds. Stones are jewelry, and unquestionably stolen jewelry.
Having fun, fellas? Hope I didn't frighten you, lady. Coming up behind you, two nosy people like this.
That was her asthma.
Yeah. This here's a rod.
How cute. Could I see it?
Let go.
Simon, I've got his gun.
Yeah, and I've got a fist. Let's see what happens. How gratifying. I hit him and he fell down.
Jake?
Come on. All that could happen to us in here would be fatal.
When they fired at us,
I know. It's always a little nervous-making. Well, here we are.
Thanks, Simon.
No, not yet. I'm going in with you. But... No, for safety.
Oh. You think maybe...
I'm just not taking any chances. Foyer's all right. Same room. Francis.
What?
Don't look across the room. Olga's back, but this time she's staying.
What do you...
I hope she wouldn't see her. She isn't beautiful anymore.
No. Just dead.
I better phone the police.
Wait, Simon. You know this thing started with Francis Blake being dead.
But it wasn't Francis Blake. It was another guy.
And then someone else got killed. Olga.
Still not Francis Blake.
But Simon, the next time, do you think maybe it will be?
Good night, Lieutenant. Thanks for dropping over. Exit Olga, exit police. Francis.
Yes, Simon.
You better go to bed. I'll stay on. It's almost morning anyway.
Oh, I couldn't sleep. Would you like me to fix us some breakfast?
Oh, say, that's not a bad idea if you feel up to it.
Oh, I don't know how I feel. You stay right where you are. Won't take me more than a few minutes.
All right.
Okay, that's all the sound you're gonna make, sister. The gun's loaded. If you got ideas about yelling for help, remember this. Bullets get to you quicker than help. Now let's get out of here. By the service door like I come in.
But Simon...
Have you wait for him? You'll write him a letter from where you're going. If you're lucky, sister. And I hope you're lucky. You're too pretty to enjoy dying so quick.
Hey, Francis, what are you cooking? Steak? Francis! I don't intend to oversee your cooking, but...
Oh, here she is, Mr. Barker.
Yeah. Nice work, Jake.
Hi. I want to know what this is all about.
Yeah, I bet you do. You and me both, baby. What you do with the Stones?
Stones?
Yeah, the chorus girl's delight, the old man's charm, the Stones.
Oh, you mean Jews? I don't have any.
Maybe not on you, but you're gonna tell us where they are, won't you, baby?
Suppose I don't know.
I wouldn't dare believe that.
Well, you'd better start because I don't know.
All right. I'll start not believing you. Jake.
Yeah?
I don't believe her. I don't think she's behaving right.
You don't, huh?
I don't.
Okay, Mr. Barker.
What are you going to do?
I'll slap you around a bit. It's gonna hurt you more than it hurts me, too.
Oh, no, you can't.
Wanna bet?
Hold it a minute, Jake. I'll get it. Yeah, Barker. Who are you?
I'm a Templar. You've got Frances Blaker, haven't you?
It's your phone call.
You must have. Listen, if you don't hurt her in any way, I'll get you the stones you're looking for. She doesn't know where they are.
Matter of fact, where are the Stones?
The Carter Cleaner's shop.
Look, don't hand me that. We already been through the joint.
You didn't know where to look.
Yeah? That could be a deal. Okay. Your girlfriend will be under a gun all the time. First funny move and she gets it.
No funny move.
Be saying. Okay, Jake. We'll go and visit. Maybe we'll trade in a babe for the Stones. If the Stones are handed over. If they ain't, we'll just trade her in.
Good morning, and... Oh, you were here last night?
That's right, Mr. Maxon. I was looking for a plaid coat.
Plaid?
Yes, maybe it would be here on this rack.
Oh, it wouldn't be there. You see, this rack is progressive.
And this is for last night. Sorry to have upset you, Mr. Maxon, but company's coming and I've got to set the table for them.
The joint looks clean. No blue uniforms are on. Park it, Jake. Okay. Here we go, baby.
I don't walk by myself.
Yeah, I know, but I enjoy your company.
Simon!
Francis,
You temper?
that's right.
Simon,
Hey, stay next to me, sister.
I better just lock the door. We won't be interrupted. All right, where are the Stones? Yeah, they're in the place here. They must be. I don't like the sound of that. It could be a stall. What's that? Mr. Maxon, he fell down while he was pressing some suits or something. Yeah. Get up, Maxon. Come on.
Hello, Mr. Barker.
All right.
Oh, you don't have to talk that way, Mr. Barker. I can't help it if the Stones were stolen from me. If the woman double-crossed me.
This baby here.
Yeah. Why don't you work her over, Mr. Barker, and her boyfriend? After all, they're the ones who killed Olga, aren't they? It was a narrow fight.
Never mind, Olga. I like the kid. I sent her out the job. She got it. Business, you gotta cut your losses when you have to. I still want the Stones. Hey, you. They are here. They have to be.
Then find them.
I've looked, but they're hidden cleverly.
You sound like a guy up a tree, mister. In just a couple of seconds, I'm gonna cut that tree down.
Tree? You waved a tree. Suppose you wanted to hide a tree so you couldn't find it. Where would you hide it?
I ain't interested in hiding trees.
You'd hide it in the forest, of course. They're forests. Oh, the place I noticed. Francis, go through that dress rack.
Dress rack?
find a dress, any dress, that doesn't seem to belong.
Well, all right.
Well, I don't get it, boys. Who wants to hide a tree?
I'm not sure of what you mean, but this shop is in a pretty expensive neighborhood. All the dresses here are very good ones, except this one. It's quite cheap, covered with cheap rhinestones.
Yes, of course it doesn't belong here. Why is it here? Because it's a forest.
Looks like a rag to me, not like a forest.
Let's suppose you take another look at some of the rhinestones. Now, let me have it. Most of the things sewn on that dress are cheap rhinestones, but among them
are the genuine stones. The ones we've been looking for.
Well, nice work, Max.
I didn't know anything about it. Somebody else must have done it. The frame here.
No kidding.
Wait a minute, Bucker. Wait.
For what? I'm gonna tell you something, Max.
No, Buck,
You sure told him.
Never did like a double crosser. Stay away from it.
If it occurred to me, you mightn't like witnesses either. Build up quite a lot of steam pressure. I kicked the outlet pipe off and it's aimed at you. And it's Sam Barker unless you want to get hot oil. You leaving us?
Oh, they've gone.
Yes, Francis, but not for long. And the police won't have much trouble picking them up with them all, forgive me, but I can't resist it, with them all steamed up.
Simon, I'm terribly grateful, but I can't resist asking you what it was all about.
Oh, an intellectual, huh? Well, you see, Francis, Maxon and Barker were partners in the jewelry business, illegitimate. They worked out a nice idea. They'd use very distinctive clothes left with a cleaning shop as disguises for themselves and their Confederates.
Oh, and disguises which couldn't be traced because they'd lead back only to perfectly innocent people who had alibis and everything.
Mm-hmm, right. And the last job they did involved a girl who wore your plaid coat while stealing the jewels.
Oh.
Maxon, however, decided he wanted all the jewels for himself, so he killed the girl and hid the stones.
And Olga?
He had to kill Olga because she suspected something wrong and came to this apartment because that's where the plaid coat came from.
Well, but how did you know that Maxon had killed her?
Back in the shop, he said Olga had been killed in this apartment. How did he know that?
Because he'd killed her. Oh, Simon, what would I have done without you?
The question is, what are you going to do with me?
You've been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, our cast tonight included Shirley Mitchell, Viola Vaughn, Larry Dobkin, Lou Merrill, Tony Barrett, and Jack Moyles. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at the same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
The Once and Future King by T.H. White. Dramatized by Brian Sibley. With Paul Reddy as Arthur and David Warner as Merlin. Part 1. The Coming of Merlin.
King Arthur, King's Knight 2. No.
Sent for me, Your Majesty.
I did. Yes, I did. Do you understand the game of chess, lad?
Yes, sir.
Come here. Look. Only 4 pieces left on the board. The red and white kings, the white queen, and the white knight. Do
Do you know what's on the royal standard outside this tent?
Yes, the Red Dragon of King Arthur.
Very good. Well, His Majesty King Arthur is rather like this Red King here. Where can he move?
Here?
No, he's in check from the Queen.
Here?
There he's in check from the White Knight.
Which means the king has nowhere left to go.
The game is at an end. What's the time, lad?
1 in the morning, sir.
Already? Only 6 hours to dawn.
Yes, sir.
6 hours until we go into battle. Are you afraid? Well, you can tell me the truth.
A little.
I'll tell you something, so am I.
No.
And in the morning, we'll still be afraid. But we'll also have to be brave. What's your name?
Thomas. But everyone calls me Tom.
I apologize, Tom. I'm keeping you from your rest, but I must ask you to do me a service and take this letter to Sir Kay. Then you must go and find some sleep.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night, Tom. Oh, Merlin. Why did you ever leave me? For years you moved me about like one of these kings on the chessboard. This way, that way. Advance, check, retreat, check. Well, Merlin, now I'm trapped. No moves left. Checkmate. Where are you now when I need you?
It worked.
Merlin?
Yes.
Is it really you?
I think so.
This must be some kind of dream.
Do I look like a dream?
I don't know. I'm beset by dreams. Last night I dreamed I was sitting on a throne strapped to the top of a wheel, and the wheel turned over and I was flung into a pit of snakes.
Well, then the wheels come full circle, and now, well, yes, I'm here.
Aren't you imprisoned in a cave somewhere in Cornwall? Locked up for centuries by that enchantress, Nimue?
Yes, I am. In a manner of speaking. Without going into what might happen when newfangled theories about time and relativity collide with old-fashioned necromancy, let's just say that I'm here for a few hours.
I'd forgotten how difficult having a conversation with you can be.
Oh.
Yes. You're full of clever words and complicated ideas, and you know how to juggle with them. But you've a tendency to forget that the subject of your cleverness is more often than not a human soul, and in the case of my soul, it's the only one I have. And you felt you had the right to take it and twist it into any shape that suited your schemes and stratagems.
And I thought you might be pleased to see me again.
Oh, I'm sorry, Merlin. Of course I am. You cannot begin to imagine how I've missed you. But this is a fearful night. Have you come to save us from this war?
No. Nobody can be saved from anything unless they save themselves.
Then why are you here?
To keep you company, and if you can tolerate yet more word-juggling cleverness, to complete your education with, how shall I put it, a little revision, and to offer some kind of reassessment of the legend, kit and caboodle.
What legend?
The one we're in.
No, I'm sorry, Merlin. Do you think you could possibly explain from the beginning?
What is the beginning? That's the question. But let's complicate matters. There's not much time, and we...
Merlin, it couldn't have turned out any worse.
A gross exaggeration.
Everything you told me was wrong.
That's sweeping generalization.
Nothing was worth doing.
Now you go too far. Besides, doing things for people is always hopeless and often very dangerous. The best you can hope for is to come up with a few ideas that people can help themselves to. That's the whole point of what I tried to teach you back when you were a boy.
Yes, I suppose it was. If only I could be that boy again.
But you can. You just have to remember.
Remember?
Let's take Cully the goshawk and see if we can get a rabbit or two. If we do, I must carry Cully. But it was my idea. But I'm older than you, aren't I? Yes. And I'm Kay, son of Sir Ector of the Castle of the Forest Savage, and will one day be Sir Kay, whereas you are just the wart and will one day be... your squire. All right, then. Come on. There are plenty of rabbits about. Let's see what he can do.
Do you think we ought to fly him yet, Kay? You know Master Hob says we mustn't fly Cully till he's roused at least twice.
What does Hob know?
He's been Sir Ector's falconer for years.
He's just a peasant. Nobody can tell whether a hawk is fit to fly, except the man who's carrying it. And look! There's a rabbit right there! Sir Hob!
Oh, no. Well done, Kay. The rabbit's gone to ground and Cully's up in a tree.
Shut up, Wart.
I'll have to get him down. No, now he's flown off into the forest.
Let him go, stupid bird.
Kay, we can't leave him. We'll have to go in after him.
You can if you want. I'm going home.
Okay.
Did you know we were going to lose Cully that day? Or did you arrange for Cully to fly off?
I can't remember. Do you know how much information I've got cluttering up my brain? The entire contents of the Encyclopedia Britannica doesn't even come close. It's one of the perils of living backwards, as I'm sure I mentioned when we first met. Or didn't I?
If you did, I'm not sure I understood it then either.
Roll on the Age of Enlightenment. Incidentally, what was I doing when you turned up?
Fetching water from the well.
Oh, yeah. The absence of plumbing. No wonder they'll call this the Dark Ages. Drat the whole thing. You'd think that after all these years of study, you could do better for yourself than a By Our Lady well with a By Our Lady bucket on a By Our Lady chain. Why can't they get us electric light and running water?
Excuse me, sir.
What's that?
Can you tell me the way to Sir Ector's castle, if you don't mind?
You're gonna get murdered.
Ah! Your name would be the Wart.
Yes, sir. At least that's what my brother Kay calls me. Except he's not my brother, and Sir Ector isn't really my father.
I must explain all that to you at some point. Meanwhile, my name is Merlin.
How do you do?
Well, you better come into the cottage. No, come along and bring the bucket, if you will. Easy enough for a young sprig like you.
But I don't...
Thought you'd got lost. Well, you had, of course. Hurry up. Put the bucket down there. Welcome to my cottage.
Never seen so many things.
Just the essentials, really. Terrestrial and celestial globes, and of course an astrolabe over there. Cauldrons, retorts and Bunsen burners, useful for experiments. A beehive, nothing like fresh honey. A couple of ant colonies, invaluable for studying the structure of communities. 2 newborn hedgehogs. They're in cotton wool to keep them warm. No, careful. If you touch them, they've got dreadful fleas. A run-of-the-mill vivarium, just grass snakes, nothing deadly.
What's that up there? Hanging from the ceiling?
Ah, that. It was sold as a corking drill, but since they're mythical, I'm assuming it's just a large crocodile. The eyes are glass, by the way.
But it just winked at me.
Really? Curious. Be careful of the bottles. Mandragora. Herbs and such like mandrake, old man's beard, etc., etc. The chests for my salmon fishing flowers. Mind the badgers.
Oh, gosh.
Tied the flies myself, you know.
So many books.
Yes, quite a good working library. Magic, wizardry and divination. Theories on time travel, entertaining, but largely inaccurate.
Is this gold?
The medal, supposedly. I got it for being best scholar at Winchester. Look, watch what you're doing with those. It's a complete set of cigarette cards depicting Wildfowl by Peter Scott. Quite scarce and collectible.
I wonder if there's a goshawk among them.
Well, probably. But I don't want them dropped all over the floor.
I was looking for a goshawk when I found your cottage.
Yes, I know.
How do you know?
No, it's complicated. Anyway, the bird, Cully, wasn't it, flew off. Kay went home and left you to go looking for it.
You seem to have a lot of birds.
Great auk, Javan lapwing, passenger pigeon, and the last ever dodo. All extinct and all stuffed, of course. Well, not all.
What a handsome owl.
There's no owl.
A talking owl.
No, it's only a boy, Archimedes. There's no boy. We see so little company. Archimedes is rather shy of strangers. No, come back, you silly bird. I want you to meet a friend of mine called Wart. Say how do you do properly. I will not.
I wish he'd talk to me.
No, let him alone. Perhaps he doesn't want to be friends with you until he knows what you're like. With owls, it's never easy come, easy go. By the way, on the subject of birds, that's supposedly a phoenix. But as there's only ever one at a time, it can't be. But it smells of incense and cinnamon, which is not unpleasant. Now, breakfast. Help yourself. Strawberry and cream, grilled perch, deviled chicken on the hot side, fricassee, curry, or kidneys and mushrooms on toast, and a choice of coffee or best chocolate with cream. Tuck in.
Ow! Cheater! How did you know to make breakfast for two?
Have some mustard. Goes rather well with the kidneys. Mustard pot, if you please.
It walks! And serves its own mustard.
Of course. Yes, that's enough. Be quiet. Not a bad pot, but inclined to get a bit above itself.
About the breakfast.
Yes, well. Ordinary people are born forwards in time, if you understand what I mean, and nearly everything in the world goes forward too, which makes it quite easy for the ordinary people to live. However, I was born at the wrong end of time and have to live backwards from in front, which, being surrounded by a lot of people living forwards from behind, this means I have what I refer to as backside, which gives some insight into things that are going to happen. Have I told you this before?
No, we only met about half an hour ago.
Then am I going to tell it to you again? Well, that's the trouble with time. One gets so easily confused and one's tenses get muddled. If you know what's going to happen to people and not what has happened to them, it makes it difficult to prevent it happening if you don't want it to have happened, if you see what I mean. No, don't jump, boy.
He's nibbling my ear.
How do you do?
He's decided to talk to me. I shall call him Archie.
I trust you will do nothing of the sort.
Is that wrong?
Owls are the children of Athene, the goddess of wisdom.
I'm sorry. Archimedes.
You spoke in ignorance, boy. And I, too, am sorry to have been so petty to take offence, where none was intended.
Well, now that's all sorted out, I think it's high time we all three find our way back to Sir Ector.
You're coming with me?
Well, why not? How else can I be your tutor? No, come on. Now, dash it, I almost forgot. Did I fetch the water? Oh, yes. Breakfast things. Wash up. And listen. Nobody is to get broken.
Oh, so you're back at last.
I've got a magician for our tutor. His name's Merlin.
Master K?
The owl's called Archimedes.
Really?
Yes, really.
Oh, my.
How do you do?
What the devil have you been up to? The entire castle's been in an uproar. Looks like you've been on a quest.
Well, I found Cully, and this gentleman, who's going to be a tutor for Kay and me.
Tutor? Well, we certainly need one of those. Boys running about all day like hooligans. Would have put them down for Eton if it wasn't so damn far.
He's a magician, Wart says.
Ah, magician. White magic, I hope.
Most assuredly.
He's a very great magician. He's got a mustard pot that walks, and he can make the plates wash themselves up.
It's very amusing, but one ought to see some testimonials. It's usual, you know.
Testimonials, certainly. Aristotle, Houdini, Master of Trinity, all I can modestly say giving me an excellent character reference.
Excellent. Had him up his sleeve, I suppose. Can you do anything else?
Your courtyard, I think, would be improved by a tree. Mulberry. Yours will be the only one in Britain until 1600 and something.
It came right out of thin air.
No, they do it all with mirrors, Kay.
Maybe you'd care to see what it will look like in winter with a little snow. Oh, and an umbrella. Thank you.
A blizzard in the middle of summer.
It's all just hypnotism, you know. It's chilly, though. That'll do if you don't mind. That's better. I'm sure you'll make an excellent tutor for the boys. Imagine the lad doing a quest like that all by himself. Well, one doesn't ever cease.
I don't think it's much of a quest. He only went after the hawk, that's all.
And got it, Kay.
I bet the old man caught it for him.
Kay, do you want to go down in history, or at least in legend, as an arrogant bully with a foolish tongue?
It's a bit strong.
No, he's right. I should have gone after Cully with the wart instead of letting him go alone. Sorry, Wart.
That's all right.
You're clever, quick, proud, passionate, and ambitious, Kay, and legend, or history, will actually show you to be one of those people who is neither a follower nor a leader, but someone with an aspiring heart. Which is why I think perhaps you deserve a little magic of your own. Here. A silver hunting knife.
It's beautiful.
Now, that's more than enough magic for one day. Time for some tutoring.
Poor old Kay. He so often ended up as the butt of everyone's jokes. Someone's coming.
Okay, for His Majesty.
Look at the devil.
How do I explain you?
No need. It'll be as if I wasn't here.
Arthur.
Kay? Any developments?
None good, I'm afraid. Mordred's forces are increasing by the hour. Mostly mercenaries, I imagine, but we're going to be mightily outnumbered.
And Gwen?
Nothing, since the news that the Queen was safe in London. We've been expecting a messenger for some hours now.
She will be secure in the Tower of London, won't she?
Well, it's the strongest fortress in the land.
Yes. No word from France, I suppose?
Not yet. But if Lancelot has embarked, he's likely to be battling the weather. The coast is racked by storms.
We must pray for a miracle.
I'm almost sorry that old meddler Merlin isn't around anymore. Still, in the absence of any magical assistance, we'll just have to keep on hoping for the best.
Yes.
Any news and I'll bring it.
Thank you, Kay.
His opinion of me doesn't seem to have improved any.
It wasn't easy for him, having his adopted brother turn out to be king. But he's very loyal. And these days, I value loyalty anywhere I can find it. We began the round table with 150 knights. Now we've only a handful left. I know I don't always get things right, Merlin, but it seems to me that there was a time when war was pretty straightforward. Basically a lot of shoving and shouting, feats of arms, valiant deeds, and displays of physical prowess all around. Many men killed, but more or less equal scores on both sides.
Yes, that sounds very much how things have gone on for several thousand years.
But now it's changing. Mordred and his men are not playing by any of the old rules.
You were the one who first challenged those rules.
And you were the one who put me up to it.
I merely asked a young fellow named Wart to consider various ways of looking at the thorny subject of war.
Yes, through another of your unorthodox experiments.
Only because it was raining at the time.
I
hate it when it rains. Nobody wants me for anything, and I'm so bored.
You should learn to knit. Practical and therapeutic.
Oh, Merlin, please give me something to do. I'm so miserable.
Then you'd better have some education.
I don't want to have to learn something.
I was thinking more along the lines of experiencing something. True education, Wart, is experience. Isn't that right, Archimedes?
And the essence of experience is self-reliance.
Which is why, Wart, I'm going to turn you into an ant.
An ant?
Most certainly. You've always been fascinated by my ant colonies. Time to find out about them from the inside. Formica est exemplo magni laboris. Translate?
Sorry, I...
Perhaps we should do some Latin instead. Tell him, Archimedes.
The ant is an example of great industry.
And a form of society from which much can be learned. Now, where's that spell? What's that piece of paper there, Wart?
£1 each way on Golden Miller.
No.
3.30.
No.
You toxic.
Cui numue. No.
Oh, would this be what you're looking for?
Ah, yes. Well done, Archimedes. Now then, Wart. Take a single rush from off the floor and place it between the two nests like a bridge. Very good. Now, just remember one thing. These ants are not like ours. These are the species Mesobarbarus, and they're belligerent. So, keep your wits about you and learn. Ready?
Merlin.
Excellent. Dragols, what? Turn et og.
Merlin! That was very weird. What are these things on my head? Of course, these are my antennae. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 legs. What am I supposed to do with them all? Ooh, it seems I can use the front ones to clean my antennae. That's useful. Better try walking. Oh, yep. No, yeah. Well, it's certainly a quick way of getting around.
Attention! Attention! All 2-day-olds will be moved to the west aisle.
I suppose I ought to explore one of those tunnels. What does that say? Everything not forbidden is compulsory.
Attention!
I wonder what it means.
Attention! Number 210397, report to the seed harvesting squad in replacement for number 334105, who has fallen off the nest.
Someone's coming. How do I speak ant? I should have asked Merlin a few questions before I started. What's it saying? It seems to be speaking through the antenna.
Hail, Barbarous.
Hail?
What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything.
That is not done.
I don't understand.
Not done. Not done.
Not done must mean wrong.
105978 reporting to GHQ. There is an ant on square 5 who is not done. Over.
GHQ to 105978. What is its number? What has it been doing? Over.
What is your number and what have you been doing?
I don't know. I can't remember anything.
105978 to GHQ. Not done and has forgotten its number and can't remember anything. Over.
GHQ to 105978. Ask not done and if it is 334105 who fell off the nest this morning while working with the seed harvesting squad. Over.
Are you 334105 who fell off the nest this morning while working with the seed harvesting squad?
I, might be. That is... yes?
105978 to GHQ. Not done and is 334105. Over.
GHQ to 105978. If competent to continue its duties, instruct 334105 to rejoin squad, relieving 210397, who is sent to replace it. Over.
Understood. Over and out. You are 334105. What is your number?
334...
105.
Yes, 105.
You have your orders. Done.
Yes?
Done. Done. Done.
Done? Must
Done.
mean right.
Done.
Yes. Done.
Hail, Barbaros.
Hail. I'm 334105. I better try and find the seed harvesting squad, wherever they are. 334105.
Attention! Attention! Our diligent sentries at Nest Edge have intercepted a spy crossing the bridge from Other Nest in an attempt to infiltrate this nest. Our sentries bravely defended this incursion, overpowering and destroying the menacing interloper. This is clearly a prelude to an attempt to invade and conquer our beloved state, and therefore this nest is with immediate effect on red alert. All outs are standby to receive orders of war. A message from our great and beloved leader will follow shortly.
They say it's going to be war. They say hundreds were killed in the last one before we were victorious.
But we have a great leader.
They say she was stung 300 times in the last war, but fought on till other nesters were defeated. She'll lead us to victory again.
They say they've already arrested a suspected traitor among the drones.
310099. Executed on the spot.
Attention! Our great and beloved leader. Loyal subjects of this nest, our security, our right to work and food are, once again, being threatened by the ants of Other Nest. Why are they threatening us? They are a mighty race intent on subjugating our harmless one. Merely because they are more numerous than we. They are wickedly planning to attack us and steal our food. Are we going to allow that to happen? No, not done. We must attack them in self-defense, in the sure and certain knowledge that if we do not attack them today, they will attack us tomorrow. We are now at war. Attention! Attention! Mobilize all forces immediately!
This is terrible. What are we going to do?
Screw me over if I'm not already screwed over. Says I'm still online even though I'm not doing anything. 5 hours. Rapid idea.